Namaste. Please join us this National Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, International Yoga Day special for body, mind, and soul.
Okay,
Global
we are
Namaste.
live, and Amrita, welcome. And let us actually start with the prayers and welcome people. Amrita, over to you, and then Meena will pray. Thank you.
Thank you. Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. And I'm your host, Amrita, and I welcome you to this episode of Yoga and Meditation. Today's episode is based on especially the International Yoga Day, which everyone celebrated day before yesterday, and it has been a very good success in the body, minds, and souls of the people. And therefore, we pray for the global peace as well as for all those who have perished and the families who have lost their near and dear ones in the war, as well as in the airplane crash that happened a few days back. And for that, I'd like to invite Meena ji, who is our resident singer, through her beautiful voice. Let's have some prayers. Thank you. Global Namaste, Meena ji.
Global Namaste, everyone. And so I would like to start with an Om Bhajan.
Yes.
Beautiful wordings. ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम प्राणा धार है ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम प्राणा धार है ओम है करता विधाता ओम पालन हार है ओम सबका पूज्य है हम ओम का पूजन करें ओम सबका पूज्य है हम ओम का पूजन करें ओम ही के ध्यान से हम शुद्ध अपना मन करें ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम प्राणाधार है ओम है दुख का विनाशक ओम करुणा नंद है ओम है दुख का विनाशक ओम करुणा कंद है ओम है बल तेज धारी ओम सर्वानंद है ओम है बल तेज धारी ओम सर्वानंद है ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम प्राणाधार है ओम का गुरु मंत्र जपने से रहेगा शुद्ध मन ओम गुरु का मंत्र जपने से रहेगा शुद्ध मन बुद्धि दिन प्रति दिन बढ़ेगी धर्म में होगी लगन ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम प्राणाधार है ओम के जप से हमारा ज्ञान बढ़ता जाएगा ओम के जप से हमारा ज्ञान बढ़ता जाएगा अंत में ये ओम हमको मुक्ति तक पहुँचाएगा ओम ही जीवन हमारा ओम
Meena. So beautiful, so simple, and Om is. If you switch off your echo because we are reflecting over here, that you enjoy.
My echo is off.
Your echo is off. Okay, fine. So Meena, we were praying because it was all those who perished in the flight last Thursday, not Thursday night, but Thursday gone, and with the war raging on the earth. So maybe one more bhajan before you leave because you got an onward event happening.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll just sing a few lines.
Thank you.
Not
Thank
more.
you.
Okay. It's a beautiful Gujarati bhajan about what you should do when guests come to your house. Like we say, Atithi Devo Bhava. Okay. So it's about that. हे जी तारा आंगणिए हे पूछीने जे कोई आवे रे आवकारो मीठो आप जे रे जी हे जी तारा काने रे संकट कोई सांभळावे रे बने तो थोड़ा काप जे रे जी हे जी आवकारो मीठो आप जे रे जी मानवीनी पासे कोई मानवी ना आवे रे मानवीनी पासे कोई मानवी ना आवे रे हे जी तारा दिवस ए देखीने दुनिया आवे तो आवकारो मीठो आप जे रे जी हे जी तारा काने रे संकट कोई सांभळावे रे बने तो थोड़ा काप जे रे जी एह जी आवकारो मीठो आप जे रे जी. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Very nice.
Thank you, Meena.
That is,
And
yeah.
And what a wonderful prayer for those people who perished during the flight and the war that's going on. Meena, thank you very much. We know you got an onward event, and we will see you in the celebration 300 episode next Sunday. Thank you, Meena.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Thank you.
Wow, Amrita, Yoga and Meditation International Yoga Day Special, which was yesterday world over. More
Yeah.
than 180 countries celebrated. The Indian embassies and the Indian high commissions, wherever they are based in different parts of the world, encouraged, and it was such a huge take-up. Most of the countries had very good weather. UK was bustling with so many places, so many people. Some of our contributors who will come later will tell us more about it. So, how did you celebrate International Yoga Day, Dr. Amrita?
Yeah, we also had a celebration over here. People did 108 Surya Namaskar. Students were here in the campus, and couple of other talks were there on Yoga Day. And my personal message is always that goes for people is it is very important to design your own personal yoga plan as well, apart from the diet plans, because everybody has its own requirement, and to understand those things to stay yourself fit, and not in terms of physical health, but in mental and spiritual health. And also postural fitness is very important, which very less people understand. which comes from yoga. And who better than our other guests, Dr. Anukul and Dr. Anjali, can talk about it. Dr. Anukul recently witnessed the Mind, Brain, and Consciousness conference that was hosted by my institute at Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, and we had great talks on yoga and the research works that had been taken up on yoga. And a lot of work has been done and is being in process to work on the mental health, as mental health is also one of the very big problems of today. So
And mental health,
let's,
which is also stress related, and lots of
yes,
circumstances that are changing. And you say exactly that IIT Mandi hosted MBCC conference where Anukul, who is our senior guest contributor in our episodes over here. And I would like to remind people, yoga is not just for one day. Yoga should be
yeah,
included every day in a simple form. Even simple breathing, simple walking, simple stretching are all parts and forms of yoga. Do it at your comfort level. Do it at a level where it makes you feel good. Don't strain and be unhealthy and unhappy about it. So let's welcome Anukul, and we want to know more about MBCC as well. And then our resident doctor, Anjali, is here as well. So Anjali, later you tell us how you celebrated yoga, meditation, and what is yoga to you. Anukul, welcome, and how are you?
Thank you. Global namaste to everybody. Now, interestingly, Meena ji just sung that song, Om Hi Jivan Hamara. Om is the ultimate consciousness, the Brahman. And that's what she
yeah,
was noting at. And it is absolutely amazing because it's a part of the Bhakti Yoga. She had presented everything in the form of Bhakti Yoga. I mean, she gave the summary in that song of the entire Mukundmala, and it is one of the books written by Kulu Shekhara. So it's a fantastic book to know, and she basically gave a summary of the whole book. It's amazing how that song has got everything in it, and also it highlights the fact that once you're able to focus your attention on something very strongly, and then you have your real bhakti for it, then and real shraddha for it, you automatically are able to control your mind and get on with the life. And you learn to respect everybody. That's a very big part of that particular song. So it was great. And number two was, as I was just telling, I was discussing with various other people. The visit to IIT Mandi was just fabulous. The people over there were very nice and humble, and more importantly, extremely knowledgeable, and they're thinking way ahead of time. I must say that as a medical practitioner, I was so delighted to note that most of the people were talking about 20 to 30 years ahead of our current medicine. They are thinking of how to what is the influence of various activities on people's mind, how the mind can be studied, how it can be improved, how the health can be improved. But in reality, the Indian knowledge system gives you the entire pathway of regulating your whole life, whether that be in the form of puja or home. Beautiful topics on home, how doing home affects and changes the environment, how it can kill the various kind of bugs, how the various kind of mantras and dances can influence your mind. It is just phenomenal conference.
So,
And of
Anukul,
course, yep,
Anukul, you mentioned they were thinking 20 years or 30 years ahead. Are
yes.
you referring to the advancement of technology and AI, and do you think we will enhance the IKS?
Yes, of course. Here is the very interesting part. If you really see, if you take a scientist in the real sense, in a typical medical sense, and if you take a typical religious teacher of the Indian knowledge system, and both stand at the bottom of a hill or a mountain and decide to climb up, you'll be quite surprised. By the time the scientist manages to reach the top, he'll always see the Indian knowledge system man sitting on the top already. So that is where exactly what the Indian knowledge system has done. It's already right on the very top. It has given a huge understanding of entire type of bodies and type of mind and how it works. For example, medicine still does not know what mind is, but you have got in the traditional systems of our Vedic literature, mind is well defined, and it's not only the mind, but there are additional type of there is in intellect which is different, and the super consciousness is different, and they all are consistent with the quantum physics. Now, what is still more interesting is that while medicine is in the old Newtonian era, where it has to be so-called calculated and measured, the proper science has gone into the quantum physics, but medicine has yet long way to go before it goes into the quantum field. that everybody's connected to the other when many other parts. For example, if you go to the medicine in a hospital nowadays, a person who does only the foot does only foot, the person who does only knee does only knee, a person who is a psychiatrist only handles the one part of illness. That somewhere the splits the human body in a very different way. And that's the way I would describe it. If you split a flower into multiple pieces just to see how it all works, you cannot get it back together and make a good flower, which has all its attributes. So it's very important not to split it too much and yet be able to integrate it. And that is where the traditional Indian knowledge system does. It integrates everything.
So IKS is very rife, is
Very
something that
right.
should be brought into every country, where not just yoga, meditation, the
That's
whole
right.
Indian knowledge system can be brought as a way of life. So we pause there, Anukul. We want to talk to you and Amrita. Let's say hello to our resident Dr. Anjali. And Anjali, just before we talk to you, let's welcome our new member who will be speaking in a while. Let's welcome Preeti Rathod. She is in Australia, where I would like to tell you that the time is coming nearly about 11 o'clock in the evening. So, hello, Preeti. Global Namaste. You can unmute yourself. Preeti, you can unmute yourself.
Global Namaste. Thank
Global
you. Thank you
Namaste.
so much.
Preeti, welcome. You are a very new addition to the Healing Our Earth. Professor Pardeep particularly recommended you. Professor Pardeep is our resident team here. And Preeti actually is the founder and owner of the Om Yoga, which is peace and bliss practice, quite well known there in Australia. And the title is quite good. They bliss the people, they bring peace on people. And she also loves starting with the children, because her belief is that if you can train them younger, then as they grow older, they can develop and maybe spread the word better. Pretty, stay around. We will be talking to you in a moment. Let's go to our resident Dr. Anjali, who is in Hyderabad in India. So those people who are listening to us on the YouTube, Facebook, website, and social media, welcome. We have started earlier for the first time simply because quite a few people had missed out on the program, so we wanted to include them. And Healing Our Earth is completely inclusive for everybody. Earlier, we just did a prayer, and that prayer was for all those people who perished in the Indian flight that left for London from Ahmedabad, and also with the war breaking out. Well, may the peace be on the earth. Dr. Anjali Agarwal, what is International Yoga Day for you?
International Yoga Day is just not 21st of June. It is like every day. Yoga is like a capsule which we need to have every day. And you start your morning with it, end your day with it, and include it in every part and parcel of your day. You're driving a car, you can do yoga there. You can cook the food, you can do yoga there. I feel you just don't need a mat and a quiet room only to do yoga, I feel. It is something which you can include, as Anil Kumarji said, inclusivity. We can include it at every part and parcel of our life. So it was a great morning for us. We had all our, a circle of my patients who did yoga. We did online yoga. We did online yoga in the park. We had a park where a community is there. People gather, elderly, young children, everybody did it. Then I have one set of preggy moms who did yoga with me. Then there was a set of postpartum mothers who did yoga with us. So we had several sessions conducted throughout the day. And yoga just makes us very humble. It and do it within your limits. Everybody's, the flexibility level is different. Some are hypermobile, some are not flexible, some are stiff. So, various conditions, various joint range is different for each individual. So we need to incorporate it within our limit and incorporate it for you can just sit and do pranayam, or you can just sit alone vilom, or just om chanting. All of this is to get up sympathetic mode into parasympathetic mode. And we are always on the edge. We are always in the fight and flight mode, always a go-getter, always want to achieve more and more. And I think yoga is something which makes us just very calm. And let's welcome Preeti ji, and I think you'll throw more light on yoga for us.
So, Preeti, just before you say what's yoga to us, let's welcome from Germany Dr. Ulrich as well. He regularly appears over here. Dr. Ulrich, let's welcome you. And he does.
Namaste, Dr. Ulrich.
Okay, thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
And Amrita, he does a lot of outreaches over there, which he loves the Indian knowledge system, of course,
Yes, yes.
will be
He was
our.
one of our speakers at the conference as well. So,
Oh, wow.
So the MBCC conference that we are talking about. So Preeti, we just come to you in a moment. Dr. Ulrich, global namaste to you. We just discussed how wonderful and how valuable the MBCC conference is in bringing the Indian knowledge system out in the mainstream. What was your experience? It was just about a few days back, about 10 days back. How did you receive it, Dr. Ulrich?
One thing is, I wouldn't say Indian knowledge system because it's all based in the Vedas, and Vedas are much older than any of these of our cultures. But yes, India still has a lot of that Vedic knowledge. So this is why people sometimes say Indian, but actually it's older. It is Vedic, and that also it's important because it's for everybody. It's for all people around the world. And actually, I think because we have heard that there was a Vedic time when there was peace, happiness, and prosperity on the planet. And that was at a time when in every household there was Agnihotra practiced also, daily, morning, and evening Agnihotra. And my idea is it would be good to go back to that system that in every household we perform Agnihotra, which is mentioned a lot in all of the Vedas. Agni is the first word of the Vedas at all. The Rig Veda is the first of the Vedas, and Rig Veda starts with Agni, Mile, Purohitang, and so on. So Agni is the first word of the Vedas. It shows the importance. So that is what I try to do. And the other thing is what I try to do is that is traditional knowledge, Vedic knowledge. But nowadays people are not just buying it if you just say it's old, it's Vedic. So modern people want some scientific proof. So what I try to do is to get some scientists, find some scientists who are interested to do some research and validate this Vedic knowledge. And yeah, we have some progress, and that is some of the results I was presenting at this conference, which Amrita mentioned. Of course, not much. I had 15 minutes, but still I was grateful to have these 15 minutes. And it was a nice discussion. Also, some nice other lectures were there in this session, in the online session. So it was a good experience. I was happy about that. And of course, more such things are happening. And by the way, I hope that on this forum with the Healing Our Earth, which Healing Our Earth organized, that we can have one session on Agnihotra Homa therapy. I already
yes.
asked a couple of our friends, international Homa therapy teachers, and they are willing, and we could do a very interesting, I would say, a very interesting session so that more and more people get knowledge about it. Because
Absolutely.
Agnihotra is
Absolutely.
only the first step, and then there are more things which could come.
Absolutely, Dr. Ulrich. Amrita will be giving you the date later in the year, and we do a specialist episode for that. You, of course, carry out a lot of Agnihotra outreaches, which is very beautiful. Previous time we showed what happened in Germany, where one of the outreach we showed live on the Healing Our Earth. So it's beautiful. So stay around. Again, as Amrita mentioned, Anukul was there live on MBCC, as was Dr. Ulrich, which we are very proud to say that our resident anchor and a chief admin at Healing Our Earth was one of the lead member of running that MBCC conference. And let's go to Preeti. Preeti, what is yoga for you, and why to start with children? You love the kids.
Global Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much to give me a chance to speak. I have always working I have been working with children from last 20 years. And personally, I believe that our children live in a hurry-up world of busy parents, school pressures, digital devices, competitive, not only sports, but the lifestyle. We don't realize that these influences are stressful for our children. As a parents, we always show concern about child's development. We try our best to teach them discipline, healthy habits, and good behavior practice. We should give more importance, personally, I believe, that we should give more importance to empower child's self-esteem, self-help skills, inner fulfillment, and much more. So, and that's makes me take the decision to bring the yoga for the younger kids in a childcare settings. So I work in childcare centers with very young from, I go to babies room, and then I go to toddlers and preschoolers, the age of 3, 4, 5, even 2 years old. And I teach them how to take nice and long breath in, how to Om chanting. I teach them Gayatri Mantra chanting. So I strongly believe that yoga brings marvelous inner light to them all who practice not just poses, but also the yamas and niyamas. And here I request everyone of who are watching live or will be recording that you should teach your children at least 3 things. This is my personal request for every parents, that please teach your children at least first thing in the morning, as soon as they come out of their bed, they rub their hands, remember the God, whoever you are believing it, or to the universe, or maybe just the sun. Rub their hands, and they put their hands on your eyes, take a nice long breath in, and just connect with themselves. This ritual give them a really positive attitude and more confidence within it. The second, I will suggest parents to teach their children to do the Surya Namaskar. And the third thing, just if possible, make everyone sit on the floor and eat with their fingers. This is our original traditional ritual. We nearly forget about it. So these 3 suggestions from my side.
Thank
to
you.
every one of the parents.
Thank you, Preeti. And for those people who are not of Indian origin, Surya Namaskar is the sun worshipping she was talking about over there. So let's go, and we're going to say hello to Professor Pardeep, who is the one who said that Preeti needs to be there in a moment. Before that, let's go to Tarla Mashru. She's our resident, she's a radio jockey as well. And she also went and joined the International Yoga Day special yesterday, didn't you, Talla Mashru? How are you? A global namaste.
Global namaste.
Global namaste.
Global namaste.
Yes, I did go yesterday, and I did remember you. I said, I wish Nil Kumar must be here, but we did miss you. It was so nice. It was very nice organizer, and the food they gave us fruit, so we have to be healthy.
Yes.
High Commissioner of India called us, and we had yoga on the open ground, and it was so good. It was so good.
And it was almost so many places in UK. You are right, quite a few people remembered. It was in fact this country in 2006 that made yoga famous with then the Swami Ramdev Guru, and then subsequently it happened, and I was the lucky guy to get him out of India and start yoga to bring it to the world level. So that was so many years back. I was there in a spirit. I was there in every episode as a spirit. So Tharlaji, stay for a moment. Let's go to Professor Pardeep, who is our resident Ayurveda expert, but he loves the Vedas and the Indian knowledge system as well. And a global namaste in Australia to you, where the time is coming to 11 p.m. nearly in a while. How are you? And a global namaste to you.
Global namaste to Nilji.
Namaste, Dr. Pradeep.
Hello, Dr. Amrita. How are you? Hello, Preeti ji. How are you?
Hello.
Sorry to late at this time to let you join so late. So I am in Australia, Neilji, for the kind information of everybody here that I practice Ayurveda with the blessings of Preeti ji in Australia, because my clinic is in her Om Yoga Center in
I
Geelong.
see.
Yeah. So we are connected, and with her blessings only, we are here staying in Geelong. So we also celebrated International Yoga Day yesterday under the names of the Herbal Miracles Ayur Wellness and Om Yoga, and one more, the Yoga for Living. It was a very great show. Preeti ji did a lot of good pranayama exercises, and one more participant there, the Monica More, she did the asanas, and we covered the Yam Niyam under the One Earth, One Health topic, that the Ashtang Yoga. So I requested Neilji let us to talk about ourselves for the International Yoga Day, as Ayurveda is always the sister concern of yoga. So what I think, the yoga is the blessings for us for overall on the universe from the ancient India. I think these are not only the exercises or a wellness trend, but it is the harmony of the body, mind, and soul, which let us get connected to the nature. Just like our theme of this year, International Yoga Day 2025, that one earth, one health. So, yoga gives us some mental clarity, some peace, some calmness, and of course, it boosts the immunity of the human being. You know, these days, everybody needs immunity. Everybody is immunocompromised, including me. You know, the pollution, that may be the air pollution, water pollution, earth pollution, religious pollution, political pollution. I don't want to create any controversy as usual, but we have to come together at one common platform, that we should we should apply, we should practice yoga as lifestyle, not only on one day of the International Yoga Day. Like we are seeing, sorry to say this, that we are opening the media channels, maybe Instagram, Facebook, or WhatsApp, or whatever, the LinkedIn. Everybody is doing yoga everywhere, in the home, at the parks, in the practice, in their workplace. But I think it should not be the one day practice only. It should be lifestyle, to heal ourselves, to heal our earth, to heal the universe, to improve the well-being. Well, again, it comes to our healing our earth, again the healing. So what I think, that Ashtanga yoga, just like the definition of health through WHO, the physical, mental, social, and of course according to Ayurveda 10,000 years back, the spiritual well-being is health. Just like we always say that Shrir Indriya Satavatam Sanyogo Dari Jivatam. So physical, social, mental, and spiritual well-being. I think Ashtanga Yoga is covering the same. Just like we are talking about the Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi. So if I think so, according to my views, let it be, if we talk about the physical health, there we can cover through the asana, some physical exercises with our grateful mind, and some pranayama, breathing exercises. For the social connection, we can have some disciplined rules following the yama and niyama. For our mental concern, the pratyahara, how to get away from particular things, and the dharana, some startup of the meditation. And for the spiritual well-being, the last two parts, not the least, the dhyana and samadhi, which is some deep meditation. Means again, here also everything is covered in this Ashtanga Yoga, that is the physical, social, mental, and spiritual well-being, which is the definition of health through WHO also. So yoga should be, I think so, it should be lifestyle. It is the art of life, as we always say that Ayurveda is an art of life, not only the medicines or jadi bootiya or only the food and lifestyle, but it is art of life. Just like that, the yoga is the art of life. And of course, we can get rid of a lot of medicines, a lot of the emergency conditions, a lot of the chronic disorders. And Preeti ji is one example of for this. And she is a very good believer of yoga, Ayurveda, naturopathy, and so we are seeing a lot of clients all the day in India, in Australia. We practice in Europe a lot of times with Dr. Ish, of course. And everybody loves yoga, everybody loves Ayurveda, everybody loves nature. So our theme is covered, that one earth, one health. Everybody needs health. We have to heal our earth also. and also our universe, of course, the healing our earth as the name of our the common platform. I will
So
say
there you
just
are, Professor Pardeep, 360 view of what yoga and meditation should be. But as he says, make it a part of your life. So when you wake up, you are breathing. When you wake up, you go to the loo to evaluate. When you wake up, you take your breakfast. Well, when you wake up or go to sleep, make yoga part of your life. Anukul, what a wonderful 360 summary from Professor Pardeep.
Absolutely, I think it was fantastic. But he has actually driven in the point that we really need this as a part of everyday's life. I just want to ask one question to Professor Pardeep. Is
yeah.
about what is the fundamental difference between the integral yoga as expressed by Sri Aurobindo as opposed to the Ashtanga yoga of the what do you call the yoga system that we have, Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So, what is the fundamental difference between the two?
Can you repeat the name?
Integral health and integral yoga of Sri Aurobindo.
Sri Aurobindo.
He integrated all the yoga systems, the Bhakti
Yeah,
yoga and all put together. The integral
yeah,
health, which was actually introduced in the WHO as well.
yeah.
And
Actually,
yeah.
yes, sir, please. Actually, what I think, according to my views, I don't know a lot about the yoga, the whatever whoever told, but according to my views, just like we say, what when we were teaching the hygiene and yoga, the Swasthit and Yoga, the second year subject in our BMS, that Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery before our post graduation, there was two terms about the Vyam, means exercise. The Ayas Jankam Karam Vyam Sangitam means whatever is producing sterness exercise, means whatever is producing tiredness in your body, that is exercise. But what is yoga? Yoga's chittavriti nirodha. Just we have to keep ourselves away from the deep exercises. We have to just do yoga asanas up to that point where we get start tiring. Getting so I am also listening a lot of things: Hatha yoga, bhakti yoga, power yoga, love yoga. A lot of things these days. Even there was one controversy last day that we were planning to do Ashtang yoga, and some of our participants told that I will not take the particular name. Some yoga practices are famous here in Australia. They do some strong stillness exercises through the Ashtang yoga. I think they are including that Hatha yoga in that. What I think that yoga means addition. Let us get ourselves yoga to edit ourselves, to get connected with ourselves. That again, the physical mind, body, and soul connection together, all in one. Nothing like I already told that this is not only the exercises or a wellness trend. There should be the lifestyle, the art of life. That how we can get rid of our diseases. Just like in Ayurveda, it is told that. Mm, uh, our that diseases comes later, and first we have to take the health of healthy ones. Swasthya swasthya rakshanam vikarasya vikara prashamnam cha, means first we have to take care of the healthy ones. The later part comes to the diseased ones. So I think so in together putting all the things at one, there is the bhakti yoga, there is the hatha yoga, there is the everything to all in together. It is the need of the hour, but not for everybody. Like sorry to say this thing, that we are seeing these things that everybody is doing the same things. Everybody is doing the bhujangasana, everybody is doing the halasana, everybody is doing the shalabhasana, everybody is doing the surya namaskar in one trend. But people know the indications, they don't know the contraindications. We are seeing these on the TV, we are seeing these on the channels, we are seeing these on the one media, and everybody is following this. Let it be 100 people are there in that concern, that connection.
Thank you, Professor Pardeep. We need to move on with a lot of other people. Anakul, we are going to carry on this bit later. Let's welcome one of our senior hosts, Dr. Rajiv Gupta here. Shortly, he will be doing a session as well. Global Namaste, Rajiv. How are you?
Global Namaste is fantastic. Global
Thank you.
Namaste. It is so
Wonderful,
good.
Rajiv. Wonderful to have
Global
you.
Namaste, Dr. Rajiv ji.
Shortly, Rajiv will be running a session as well. Rajiv, stay around. Let's take a yoga
Global Namaste,
message.
Rajan sir.
Let's take a
Global
yoga
Namaste,
message
Rajan sir.
from. Let's take a yoga message from our resident Vaidya in Ayurveda in Mumbai. Rajan Patankar, global namaste to you. And what is yoga for you?
Global Namaste. Very correctly and precisely said by Pradeep ji, because yoga should be done daily. Why only on this Yoga International Day? It should be like a ritual. As we eat food, as we sleep, it should be done regularly. That is my opinion. Second thing, very correctly said, it is differed from Prakriti to Prakriti, that is the constitution of the body. So, as he said, while watching on the TV or on the channels, it should not be done because it should be practically demonstrated by expert as per his Prakriti, as per his disease. And yoga, uh, sorry to say, it's not a yoga, it's a yoga. Yoga is a sadhana and it's a devotion. So, sorry to say, because nowadays everything is by adding A, that is Vata, Pitta, Kapha. I am against that because Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and that's why yoga is, in my opinion, correct word.
That's
And
right.
should be under proper guidance should be done because it is definitely helpful for our body and mind also. Because as he said, in Ayurveda, it is very well explained. It should be any exercise should be Ardha Shakti. When our body and mind get fatigued, we have to stop there. Because if our friend is doing work for 1 hour or 1.5 hours, that is not proper for our body. So, by the proper guidance, it should be it's as a ritual. It should be done. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajanji. Let's welcome from Scotland our yoga guru over here, Sam Potter. Sam is also one of the lead at the Patanjali, and he does lots and lots of every day. His Facebook is live with a lot of people teaching them yoga, yoga and science, and yoga, science and the body. A global namaste to you, Sam in Scotland.
Global namaste to all the complete
Global
team.
Namaste.
I know Rajiv Kumar as well, everybody, Dr. Rajiv, all of you. Over the years, you've given me a lot of knowledge, and I've kind of gained. It's like networking. And Neil Kumar Bhai is doing excellent work with, all the anchors, everybody else. How many do I mention? I'm lost for words. But the problem is, you can't really begin to appreciate life until it knocks you down. हम लोग क्या होता है क्लास में लोग आते हैं योगा करते हैं get better and when they get better they stop doing it and जब बीमार पड़ते हैं then वापस आ जाते हैं really yoga is the भाई साहब अभी तुम बोले आयुर्वेदा वाले ने कि yoga is for health you have to do daily it's like a medicine it's not one off it's not like every Sunday हम लोग कर रहे हैं yoga that's not good enough जैसे you plan your networking करते ना your life should be planned so 1 hour at least you give to yourself every day whenever you can टीवी कम देखो थोड़ा जल्दी उठ जाओ मॉर्निंग में that itself will help you to and health matters to everybody हम लोग काम करने में अपना हेल्थ खराब कर लेते हैं अब बाद में पैसा खर्चा करके हेल्थ खरीदना चाहते हैं which you can't do really health is your true wealth really you have to and what can I say uh, you're all doing such excellent work and I'm learning all the time and my job is हमको थोड़ा दिन और जो भी जीना है हमारा यही काम है कि जो नॉलेज हमारे पास है आप उसे सीख के लोगों को बांटना है and that's all I'm trying to do I'm just a small fish in the sea and it's like a networking for all of us and Neil Kumar is created that platform which makes that happen so thank you everyone and what can I say
And Sam, you are doing a wonderful work, and maybe next year we plan a Glasgow outreach on the island. It will be fun to do something with you, Sam. Rajiv and Anakul will coordinate. Anakul, you and Sam have still not started something together. You are both up in the north. So please say hello to each other and connect with each other. Anakul, stay around. Let's go
Sure.
to Israel. where our
Yeah.
Rena is over there, and she has just come. Rena, it's a war-like
Hello, Rena.
situation. Rena,
It's
it's a
so
war
good to see
situation
you.
there in Israel. How are you? Are you safe?
Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, Neil, Kumar, and Dr. Amrita. I can really feel your excitement and your love. At the moment, I am safe, thank God. Continued prayers for my protection, for the protection of my home and my belongings are welcome. And continued prayers that the light will outshine the dark and that all evil forces will lose their funding and surrender.
So, Rena, this is the real yoga I see. And that is the most important thing. How to say still smile amid so much of stress and tension. And that's what is the out result of what you practice and what you have always been through this practices. So it's not just about the practice of asana, but it's about implementation of the real understanding and essence of yoga within yourself, that you're able to practice and stay so calm, so peaceful. Every day I see your bright face and it's like, oh my God. And then you say the siren was at night and the siren was in the morning. And it's like, tremendously good. And I'm really very happy that you're my student. I'm like really proud to be. So how do you keep calm and how do you help people? Tell us.
First of all, I take inspiration from you as my teacher.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. What else do I do?
Rena, what you are doing lately, you are catching as much sleep as you can because the sirens are blasting all over Israel, with Iran and Israel war, and we are in touch daily.
Yesterday,
And the
yeah,
wonderful thing,
yesterday. Yeah,
wonderful.
yesterday, Neil Kumar, that's what she told me. She said, just pray that I can sleep well. And I said, yes, I'll pray that you can
And it
sleep
is,
well.
and Amrita, is yoga that is helping her because she actually even now practices in the war situation. So Rena, we are very proud of you. We just hope and wish all the peace of the to the world in that part of the world, that everything settles down soon. You must take care and keep us posted, and just don't give up hope.
Amen. Thank you so much. And yeah, you asked what I'm doing. Definitely prioritizing my sleep, like Dr. Amrita said. And I got a good night's sleep. Seriously, the prayers work and they help, and I feel them, and it's so appreciated. Yeah, I got a good night's sleep. I couldn't even really believe it. And then as I was waking up, we had sirens, but they didn't wake me up, so that's good. And yeah, I just keep doing all the things that I normally do in my daily life. Prioritize sleep, have my water bottle here, so I'm always drinking water. And I just make a point to keep doing all my daily things, taking a walk every day, practicing yoga every day. Yesterday, I practiced yoga in the shelter when we had a siren, writing, making sure that I'm eating good food. And a lot of movement, It's really easy to get in the head and to be stuck in fear, and just to get into the body as much as possible. Walk barefoot on the grass, get in water, whether it's a shower or in the pool, shake my body as soon as the sirens end, and remember that I'm safe, or put on music and dance a little bit. Yeah, and another teacher of mine, she has a phrase where she likes to say that I'm getting chills, we can borrow energy from the future. So sometimes I keep that in mind too, that I believe a lot of people on this call, we really envision a world that's peaceful, that, kids are running around and playing through the fields, and that we're able to feel relaxed in our nervous system. And so if I really need help, I'm like, okay, just borrow the energy from the future.
Wow.
So, Rina, the whole family is here for you. We wish you all the safety for you, and may peace shower upon that part of the world very shortly. We are always here for you, and may earth
Yeah.
bless you forever and ever.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rina. Stay around if you can. We'll come back to you in a while. Let's move on to Dr. Rajiv Gupta and two of our guests, Fexia Yu and Renuka. Rajiv, tell us a bit more about it and take it over for the next 15-20 minutes, and we'll still carry on with your session. Over to you, Rajiv. Thank you. Rajiv, you
Kindly
can
unmute
unmute
yourself.
yourself. Thank
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you so much indeed. It's a great occasion to be with our Healing Our Earth family. It's going on for years, and I think we have made a significant contribution to the world, at least uniting quite a few thousand people who join time and time again. And it's not just the physical body, it's the body and serene inside, which is what just Rina demonstrated. War is there, but the peace is inside. And that's what the true union is. Union, physical, mental, emotional, body, and also a union with the universe, so that we are all part of one piece. Remember, we were born as part of universe in a small part, whether biologically we consider a union of the sperm and the ovum to give the human life. And that life goes on to become the human body as a child, as an adolescent, as an adult, and then maybe at old age, and then die. But then, if we believe in the Hindu mythology, that life come back again as a child. So it's a cycle, and we are part of the cycle. Our egos boast us and make us do the things which are undesirable and away from the nature or universe. Our earth need that we drop down our ego into this planet earth and start behaving like a human being. If human beings are all behaving and respecting others, we would not have the conflicts, we will not have war, we will not have even the disharmony that we have between brother, sister, wife, husband, neighbors, whatever. So let's just have a thought about it and give universe a great call that may universe give us the power that help us unite from the top to the bottom. All our chakras get clean, all our energies get unblocked, all our organs get revitalized, and they give power to our muscles, our brain, and our nervous system, our circulatory system, our respiratory system, excretory system, all to work in harmony, and then send a good energy to the universe back, so that there is cleansing of the environment around us and on the planet Earth, so that everybody can live peacefully. Amen. Then I come to the next part on that is quite important part, that when we are living in this planet Earth, we have our body, and it's good to have that body bringing into a hormonal balance. And we live in this. Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me?
Rajiv, can you increase your volume? It's gone slightly low, or
Okay.
come closer to the instrument, okay?
Okay. Is it?
And increase the your microphone output, okay?
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think the other important part is that while we are connecting to the universe and connecting to our body and connecting to our mind, the important bit is that if we are not careful, then our ego kick in and create problems for us. And therefore, we should really think how we can first clean this body and our mind and have a harmony of body and mind together. Amrita is here, and Kula is here. So I was about to go to the fantastic conference organized in IIT of Mind, Body and Soul. And that actually is an important aspect demonstrated that IIT is involved into it. And what we consider as body and mind, maybe one quantum theory actually is kicking into practice. And yoga is one of the best examples of how the mind and body can work together in order to bring a real harmony to the life. If we think that there is a nervous system that travels through every single organ, every single part of the body, and that is controlled by the mind. And mind, while is controlling the whole body, itself is governed by two different parts. One is our cognitive part, which is the controlling the conscious part, and second is the unconscious part, subconscious part, commonly called, or also called as the emotional part, which is controlled by two different parts. The autonomic nervous system consists of parasympathetic and the sympathetic nerve. These two nervous systems, if we go back to, as I was mentioning, when we were originating, fight and flight response was the predominant part of the response, because when we were Adam, early human life, if we see any threat coming, we immediately see either I'm going to fight, and if I think the enemy is bigger, then I'm going to run away the flight. Fight or flight response was there, and body does not have time to react. You see a lion coming, you either run because you know the animal is bigger, or if it is a smaller animal, dog, you start trying beating him, or particularly the big Alsatian dog. So it's just a fraction of second, and that is our default mode. On the other hand, this is much evolved now, and in theory, we as a human being try to have more response than reaction, which means we think over. I think it's not necessary. There is a middle path. We should be able to justify what we are doing. And when I'm talking of these, we don't have lions roaming around. Stress is the biggest lion, it's the biggest enemy. And whether we like it or not, it's onto us, into us. And these hormones, which are called cortisol and norepinephrine, they are kicking, causing heart rate to go up, our blood pressure to go up, and in longer period of time, if these are up, the metabolic disturbances happen, and that causes cholesterol to go up, and then it causes stress, induced diseases, which include diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and many, many other conditions. So this is what is there. However, we should try and activate more modern, more important parasympathetic response, which is rest and relax system, which is governed by vagus nerve. And yoga is very powerful, empowering our parasympathetic system or vagus nerve that cause rest and digest. Rest and digest. So if nothing you take from today's talk, try and think this is the important part. Respond rather than react. And the best part you can do is activate your mind to take one back seat, and that is through meditation, which is one part of the triangulated stool. The second part is pranayama, which is taking a deep breath in and out. That's one simple, but there are variations of it. You can take a deep breath, hold, deep breath out, hold, box breathing. You can also do 7-8 for breathing. You can also do a deep breath in and out, or at times a deep breath in and out, out in form of Kapalbhati. So there are a lot of variations, but this provides increased vitality to the body and the organs, because oxygen is the most important part in our life. And that activates the prana, the vital energy. And the third part of yoga is asanas or asan. I know Rajenji doesn't want A at the end. and that is just a Western modification of yoga to yoga, asana to asana, etc., etc. But it all means the same thing, and that is the physical posture, physical poses that we use in order to strengthen the muscles, but at the same time have union with the organs in order to bring that oxygenation into the tissue, into the body, compress or massage certain areas and certain organs. And so at the same time, as we are providing some strength to the muscles, we are also revitalizing the organs in our body. And say, for example, if we are bending forwards in Mandukasana, we are compressing our internal organs, increasing the immunity cell release, particularly nerve killer cells and gut associated lymphoid tissue to improve the immunity, compressing the pancreas to help releasing the residual insulin for helping with diabetes. Also having some genital, internal genital organ massage to increase the vitality, also activating some of the chakras, and that actually is very important. If we are doing a circumduction or massage, our tummy, or Pavan Muktasan, which is again having a release of the wind, improving the gastrointestinal system. A deep breathing is very clearly improving the respiratory system, respiratory reserve, increase vital capacity, increase respiratory reserve capacity, and inspiratory capacity, expiratory capacity, and whole lung system in general. Now, when we are doing this, if you know between the lungs is our heart, that's doing the massage of the heart. So activating that, and that allows the heart to function much better. And there are scientific experiments to prove that there is increased heart to heartbeat variability. So now you can see that there is a response and there is a theme. We know that when we are calm and relaxed through the meditation, through Shavasana, or many other asanas where our upper part of the body is still, we can see that there is an inner calmness, and that is because of activation of four different neurotransmitters. One is dopamine, and that is improving the executive function and the response rather than reaction. The second is serotonin, which is a happiness hormone. And you know that you've seen Rina, there is a war outside in Israel, but she is calm inside. And also, at least she is happy. And that is the essence of life, because when you practice in day to day life, these hormones continue to increase in the body. And that is very, very powerful. Also had effect on oxytocin and reduce the cortisol. So that is what is there. So it reduces the stress, increases the happiness, increases the ability to respond rather than react, increase the executive function, increase the memory, increase the decision power, increase the communication. So all these are indirect effects of yoga which are not taught. I know yoga is in every gym, but that's just a small part of physical exercise. Yoga is much bigger than that. If we think of the other aspect, which is how we can change the system of us and people around us, that is also quite important. And when I know that we in this country are very much deprived of the interaction and communication because we are living inside our home. Even at times, we don't know the names of neighbors. So the human interaction is busy. So this internal dialogue allow a diffusion, and there is an ancient origin of it. 5,000 years ago, people were doing it. You know that these sages, Rishi Muni, they were going there and they were communicating to themselves, which is much more important than communicating to people outside. And these opening of the channels of communication is very powerful. So I have written a book on how yoga should work, and there are two different parts. One is about the asanas, and the other one is how we can integrate the meditation. But let's just first talk of the asanas and the biophysiological framework. How does it work? And that's very important and is quite well depicted in the current book that has come out. And I will talk a little bit about the physiology, the neurobiology, and the anatomy and its effect on the endocrine glands, which is so important. So, three basic principles. The movement, A, directly increase the flexibility. And I know that when I started the yoga, my back was quite stiff. Then I gradually started doing these asanas, forward bend, backward bend, cow pose, cat and cow, alternate pose, sun salutation to some extent, and also cobra pose, and then mandukasana, power muktasana. Gradually, these increase the flexibility of the spine, and that is extremely good. The second is also strength of the muscles, which is so important because of functional resistance. And it's very different than gym training. That's your active aerobics. That's a very big, powerful muscle use, but the strength does not last very long if you stop it. On the other hand, the strength you build through yoga, asanas, lasts very long time. The third important is it improves the balance. And the fourth important is increase the kinetic chain reaction, which allows the physiology of the body to connect to the musculoskeletal system and influence the joint stability and joint mobility. And I will tell you a slightly different aspect of which one of my other colleague guest speaker and very, very close friend, Fixia, is going to tell, and that is called Qigong. Many of you might have heard. So I and Fixia have worked scientifically on these for a period of time, and they're going to have another book coming out on how Qigong become part of the integrated health to improve the practice. And slight difference between this and that is that this meditation we do in yoga is still meditation. In Qigong, it's moving meditation. So you can continue slow, gentle movement, and that bring increase in the energy or decrease in the energy. I was very fascinated to see how you can increase the energy, and she might be able to demonstrate it today. How you can increase the energy in the body, decrease the energy in the body, increasing when you are tiredness, decreasing if you have hypertension, you can decrease the energy and goes into the feet, as a result of which slowly your blood pressure come down. Or at times you can transform the energy and open the blocks in the energy channels. Also is Renuka with us. She's other very good friend of us. In fact, both me and my wife were at her home a few days ago, and she has done the whole healing through through yoga, through meditation, particularly sound healing, where she has learned from master in Nepal. And so it's good. There are so many aspects of that which causes not only directly effect on our physical body, but also on our concentration, on our electromagnetic waves, on the isometric contraction of the body, the joint mobility, joint stability, which there are scientific experiments to prove increasing some layer of 15 to 28%, increase in the bone health, bone density, and also the muscular power, and at the same time effect on the connective tissue that is supporting our joints but also supporting our organs. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for us to get together. So I am
Rajiv,
thinking,
Rajiv,
yeah,
thank you for a wonderful insight. Both Renuka and Fexias, you are waiting here. Shortly,
good.
let's go back to them in a moment, Rajiv. Let's welcome our episode producer, Riddhi Vyas, who is here as well, with two wonderful guests who have just arrived from India. And Riddhi, introduce them, and for 5 minutes, if you could tell us more about them, then we continue with Rajiv and Renuka and Fexia you. Over to you, Riddhi.
Fantastic. So, a global namaste to everyone and happy International Yoga Day. It's lovely to have you all here. I've also been joined by Hetal Nayak and Devraj Nayak. Both of them are from the Om Ashram. and that is the Om Ashram in USA, San Antonio. They are both also specialists within HSS, which is Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh and Hindu Swayamsevak Samiti. And specifically, they have come to the UK to do a UK TTC, that is their yoga training course, yoga teacher training course. And why it's important right now is because within the UK, yoga therapy has been accepted as a modality of healing within the private public sector, that is the NHS, as well as the private healthcare centres. And it's amazing because we can actually see the effects of when one is less stressed, how the system starts to work a lot better as well. That is mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. Without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to our guests to contribute and share their stories.
Well, namaste everyone. Thank you, Riddhi ji. I've worked a little bit with Rajiv ji and communicated a couple of times. So good to see you and Renuka ji as well. It's been a year that I was here last year and now I'm back. Really looking forward to connect with everybody. But I'll tell you a little bit about the Om Ashram and then Devraji will tell you a little bit about the teacher training course that we will be conducting here for a week long. So Om Ashram is in the heart of Medical Center of San Antonio. It's a 3-acre space where we run a preschool that is value-based and brings ancient wisdom from a very early childhood into the kids' life and through the kids into the families that are the parents and everybody that grandparents that are involved in taking care of a child. That's one of the main projects that happens at Om Ashram. But then our main other focus is also creating a very structured 18 level, 15 years yoga program from 4 years up. So we have 120 students and which are all for ages 4 years and up that enroll in our yoga program for no cost, and we teach them the complete Patanjali Yoga Sutra philosophy, the Bhagavad Gita, in-depth asana study in a very structured manner, and pranayam, meditation. And our kids, when they reach a certain level after 3.5 years, when they're teenagers, they do teacher training course, and they are actually the ones that teach our children. So it's a beautiful ecosystem that is created. All the young kids are taught by our teenage kids that have gone through the training for a few years. And then also it's in the beautiful serene space with a lot of trees. We have 6 cows in the ashram. And it really, though it's an ashram, we call it an ashram, the attracting point about it is still in the heart of the residential area and the city and the medical center. So it's very accessible to the families to be there every day and whenever they want to. So that's a little bit about the Om Ashram. And thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'll pass it on to Devraji.
So we just landed from San Antonio today, and we are leaving for Manchester later today, and then from there to Staffordshire, which is the location of the TTC, this week-long summer immersion here in UK. And we have about 25 students registered, teenagers right up to 55-year-old. I think what we are really interested, both of us being physicians, is this aspect of chronic inflammation being at the source of all chronic ailments. I mean, more than upwards of 85% of chronic ailments that the society suffers from can trace its origin in chronic inflammation. And lifestyle medicine works at diet and movement, but yoga goes further deeper in tackling the reasons for the inflammation in terms of choices we make, in terms of perceptions we have, in terms of how we relate to ourselves and the world. And when we practice yoga, and after years of diligent practices of yoga, of all the 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga, one then notices the errors in perception and makes adjustments in terms of choices. And when that is experienced,
you are better aligned with the rhythm and the satyam of the moment. In other words, better aligned with dharma. And when all this resolves itself, then inflammation starts correcting itself at its root. So we talk about cleansing and the purification process and the infusion of divinity. All that is in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. It is in the Bhagavad Gita, which will all be covered in theory of the TTC along with the asana practices. Um, and we're really excited that of the 25 students, almost 14 of them are youth, teenagers to 22-year-old. And it is heartening to see youngsters taking up yoga as not just a physical exercise for health and well-being, which is no doubt you will get plenty of that. But beyond that is uh, the mental peace and the self-empowerment to handle the challenges that these youngsters will face, and how to face them and how to respond them in a very dharmic way, in a very responsible way. So looking forward to it very much. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Vijay.
And it's fantastic because what you've just heard there, you've heard it from two people that have been trained within the medical fields that have actually gone through some of the toughest of trainings and then have decided to specialize and devote their lives to seva and to yoga and to help the younger generation to be in a state where they are inflammation free by being in a state where they are not just looking after the physical health, but it starts with the mind. It starts with the psychology, as the Raji and Hetuji have just explained, and it goes from there. So by actually tackling things at the root cause, what we're aiming for is that this makes a massive difference to people that are suffering with stress-related illnesses, such as diabetes, such as cardiovascular illnesses, and which are actually treatable and preventable just by changing our lifestyles. So that's
Absolutely
really
wonderful, Riddhi.
I think.
Really wonderful. As you say, it's integrated health. It's not just, it's 360. So very well done, Devraj and Ethel. We'll chit chat with you in a while, Riddhi. Riddhi, serve them a tea or coffee if you like, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes, okay?
Perfect.
Wonderful. So, Rajiv, Riddhi always
Uh,
brings exciting guests. She gets outreaches done and this integrated and Devraj and Hethel actually just flew in today, but they're still fresh. So they practice what they teach. And that's wonderful. So we will chit chat with them again in a while as well. Rajiv, let's go to your guests. Yeah, we have still got 10 minutes each with each guest. So if we could invite, do you want Fexia, you and both of them together?
I was thinking, let's get Fixia first and then Renu,
There you are.
so that
She's on the screen and it's all yours, Rajiv Gupta. Take it away.
fantastic. So it's amazing, Fixia. For those of you who do not know, Fixia works. She has been lecturer in the Central Lancashire University in Preston. She does the Qigong group across the country. She has been working with Open University and she teaches at Open University. She does batches of practical training of Qigong, particularly. She has learned it all from China originally, but you would not believe she has gone to India, spending a year or more just to learn yoga, and she has united the two parts together, and it's fantastic. I was quite fascinated, and we kept talking for a very, very long time. So I think she has done a session because I am chairman of the International Organization of Integrated Health Practitioners, and we run this CPD session, which is continuous professional development, and this is scientific way of advancing and bringing everything together. We know I'm a modern medicine or Western medicine practitioner working in the NHS, but I believe that there is no cure for every disease in the modern medicine. So we should bring yoga, Ayurveda, Tai Chi, Qigong, acupuncture, acupressure, music therapy, hypnotherapy, dance therapy, music therapy, art therapy, and you would not believe I met in our BMA conference, and there was 1 hour session on singing therapy. Claire has done a fantastic job in York last week, where I attended, and I was so inspired that I have invited her to do one session for CPD for us, because singing relaxes, and many diseases and stress are the root cause of the increased blood pressure and obesity, diabetes, and many other things. So now here we go, increasing or decreasing the energy or removing channel blocks and some practical aspects. Let's give a big hand to Fixia. Fixia, you can you hear us?
Thank you very much. And can I share screen? It's just a very, very short one.
Nil Kumar, may let you share the screen. If not, then you keep talking meanwhile. Ah, good. Your screen, we can see it.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. Now, again, thank you, Professor Gupta, for your very informative and very technical introduction to your talk earlier on about yoga. And here, I would like to share with everybody this sort of what I do with Qigong for mental health and well-being. And very quickly, but what is qi? And mainly, I think in short, it just qi we see as a life force, very much the way that you talk about pranayama. So when we do qi gong, prana is qi and yama is gong. So qi gong is the Chinese word for pranayama. And because we believe qi exists in all living beings, when there is no qi, there is no life. And then, so Qigong is an ancient Chinese mind and body practice that integrates movement, breathing, and meditation. And it may help with depression, anxiety in several ways, both physiologically and psychologically. And for the Qigong, there is this principle of three synchronization in one. One is to adjust the body, adjust the physical movement, very much like you do asanas to stretch out the body. But also, we want to synchronize our breathing with our physical movements. But more important than anything else is to be able to collect our thoughts, gather the mind, bring our attention back to the body. So we're talking about this very mindful movement, very slow, gentle, but it's amazing how slow movement can actually be very, very effective. Because the belief is mind leads the qi leads the blood. And when qi and blood circulates well, it dispels illness. But the key is when we are trying to focus in the mind to do the meditation, we want to do it in moderation, and because otherwise it could lead to deviation. As the saying says, water can float a boat, but it can also sink the boat. Fire can bring warmth, but it can also burn. So we want to bring our mind to the body, to the breathing, but we mustn't overdo it. So we want the dynamic, slow, gentle movements to encourage delicate, constant, deep, and long abdominal breathing. So three synchronization and also slow movement. Why is it not? Okay. And so here we wanted to very quickly talk about in terms of mental health, and it's all related with the state and the quantity of qi. Just now we mentioned qi as a living force. When you have sufficient amount of qi flowing throughout the body in a smooth, unhindered way, then you have the best health. Here, as we see in the little diagram, little pictures here, if you want to water the garden, you want the hose pipe to have no kink there. Otherwise, there will be a blockage and the water won't flow well. In the same way, qi flows within our body in channels, in networks. We want it to constantly flow in a... Okay. Oh, And why is it not moving? Okay, so now let's have a go. Can I invite you? I'll stop sharing. Can I invite you to join me and do a little bit of movement very, very quickly? And as Professor Doctor mentioned before, in Qigong, we do dynamic breathing. So one of the things we do is all the movements are designed in Chinese medicine. So for example, one movement, one routine is called a 5 animal play. We fly like birds. So we're waving our arms, but waving the arms, you see, we expand our chest, we encourage breathing into the tip of our lungs, etc. But we also want you to do it in standing on one leg, so for your balance. So if I could invite you to find yourself a little bit of space, okay, we don't need a lot of space, just you are able to wave your arms. Also, make sure there is nothing that could fall and land on top of you. And now we use our hands, so each finger relates to one organ. We'll bring the index finger, middle finger together and bring it a little bit closer to our thumbs. So if you look at your hands, there's a little bit of hole as if you can hold a little bit of water. So we'll be flapping our arms. Okay, so when you're ready, so your knees, sink your weight into your right leg and your mirror. So hands in front of your lower abdomen. As you breathe in, wave your arms to shoulder height. Raise your knee up. As you breathe out, flap your wings, sinking down. Okay, breathe in. This time, flying high. Has the back of the hands close, nearly touching, but not touching. As you breathe out, slowly, slowly sinking down. Just now we talked about Qigong is 3 things. It includes the information, the Qi flow, and the movements. So breathe in, lift up. And as you breathe out, slowly, slowly sinking down. You feel that change the legs to the other side. Breathe in, flapping the wings, opening your chest, encouraging yourself to breathe into the tip of your lungs. As you breathe out, you squeeze the air out, letting go of what the body no longer needs. Breathe in, drawing in fresh energizing qi from the center of your palm. That's the Lao Gong acupoint or Mama point. It lays up. Breathe out, sinking down. And one more time, as you breathe in, imagine you are drawing in the fresh, energizing qi into the body. As you breathe out, release what the body no longer needs. Very good. And in, imagine you're this elegant bird flying freely in nature, free from all restrictions, physical or mental, and slowly, slowly sinking down. Okay, so movements like that, you can do it as many times as you want. And I probably don't have enough time to show you the other little games. But yeah, I'll hand it over back. Hopefully, this little bit of example shows you that we have the same body, China and India, a lot of the time that they share a lot. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so
Very
much.
nice.
Yeah, that was amazing. Practical demonstration. I feel myself relaxed because these things, free flowing bird like movement, slow, gentle, there is a clear scientific benefit. And there are a lot of papers published that once we do that on a regular basis, it allows free flow of the energy and release of the tension. That's fantastic. Thank you so much indeed. We'll bring you back some other time. Thank you so much.
And Rajiv, Vexia did quite well because she was floating in the air and people joined her as well. We got a comment from Anupul and then we move to Renuka for 10 minutes. Over to you, Anupul.
First of all, it was pleasure seeing Claire over here because she is barely than about 15 miles from our house because she's from Yuklan and I used to be teaching in Yuklan before, a long time ago. So I'm sure I'll be contacting her for this particular program. Number one. Number two was, of course, she is the fundamental life force, which we call Shakti otherwise. But it's something that has to be enhanced and all the time, as Dr. Gupta was also saying, that I think we have to constantly focus on two aspects. One is how to enhance our life force, and number two, how to concentrate and start looking at our what we call as the Brahman or our consciousness element, and combined with both of them, that ultimately becomes the yoga.
Thank you, Anakul. Wonderful. And you keep in touch with her. Anjali, your
Yes.
quick comment. You were gliding as well.
Yeah, Fesha, very beautiful session it was. I literally flew like a bird and I felt all my worries were just filtering out, you know. It unburdened the body completely. Thank you so much.
And Sam, our yoga expert and a guru, he loves joining in because he teaches so many people every day live on Facebook. Sam, you were enjoying in the floating that
Yeah.
Fexia was.
Definitely, it was excellent. But what I will say is, a lot of people talk about ki, energy, prana, but what is the main purpose of prana? When the baby is under the mother's womb, it comes with his soul, as connected with mom's prana. Prana keeps the body and soul connected like a super glue. When the baby comes out, cord is cut, then baby need to go. Breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter the body and baby starts crying. If he doesn't do that, the nurse needs to lift him up, smack him, come on, start breathing. The breath is the main vehicle for prana to enter your body. So nothing in the universe is alive because prana. Or the guest told us about the key, energy. It's all about energy, prana. That's what we talk about. It's excellent. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that session.
Thank you, Sam. Sam, and because she's up in North England and you are up in Scotland, Rajiv will connect you, all of you, and let's form a new unity. And Fexia, well done. Stay around because Renuka was also enjoying, which is her session now with Rajiv. A global namaste to you, Renuka. Rajiv, take it away.
Lovely, is fantastic. Another friend of mine, family friend, excellent, 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 serene soul. When she is in the room, we see so much relaxing. She is a very much mind-body healer, particularly with the sound therapy, and she has started this amazing room. If you go into that with gong, the whole sound actually filters through with the vibration. So it's amazing. So I would want to invite you to have that practical feel and experience from Renuka. Renuka, just her presence itself will tell you how good she is. Sometimes it's not as good because you are on whatever Facebook, Zoom through the screen. In the real room, you can have that feeling. It is amazing, I would say. But let's give you a little trial session or trailer of the film because sound, music, yoga, they are all part of that. And they actually vibrate and release that energy. They release those blockages. They release all the systems so that they all can be one. And when union happens, that's yoga. Over to you. Renuka, welcome, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Global namaste, everyone. And I'm honored and very much privileged to be here on this platform. Thank you, Rajiv, sir. And yes, Yog is a combination of, I would say, nature and the soul within. And it's not just limited to asana or it's not limited to pranayama. It's going more within. And along with that, the practices like qigong, the practices like vibrational therapy, Reiki, sound healing, which myself have felt doing it on people, how they get released and relaxed out of their anxiety, stress, and depressions. And the feeling when they come out of it and the way they feel is like tremendously awesome. So, today I want to demonstrate a little bit about sound healing. So, first, I will let you know about it. So sound healing, when combined with yoga, offers a holistic approach to wellness and enhancing the benefits of both practices. And we use different type of instruments like gong, singing bowls like these, and I will strike it and show in a while. So these type of singing bowls and gongs, they produce a type of vibration, and those vibrations are in turn very helpful for the body to release the unwanted energy, or what we call trauma in simple sense. So this helps, and also it helps in improved sleep quality, which is also one of the major rising factor in today's youth because of the social media influence. And this is not just limited to children or adult, it is for everyone. It's a holistic approach for everyone, for physical and the mental well-being. So if we can quickly do a short activity, if you allow me, then if you can close your eyes, and we will quickly go through a session. We will do some breath work followed by some sound meditation. Yeah. So we will close our eyes. We'll sit straight. We'll inhale all together. Exhale. Maybe we'll try to inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. It is believed and said that when we are exhaling through our mouth, it helps our body to reset, to regain that, and helps in activating the parasympathetic nervous system. It helps to calm down the body.
The sound is not coming, Renuka. Renuka, your sound is not coming.
Sound is not coming? Okay. Let me try the other way. As you rightly said, sir, in a room it is different, but I'm not really sure with the gadget how it really works. But let me try the other way, the stronger ones.
Keep it close to the speaker, maybe.
So, Renuka, it will not pick up the sound until unless you've configured your Zoom. Next time, configure it so it picks the sound through a mixer. Don't worry. What you can do, talk about healing sound rather than just maybe we listening to the actual resonance of the sound.
Oh, sure, sir. So it has numerous benefits like improved sleep quality, emotional well-being, as you heal within through the sounds, and it also helps in releasing the emotional blockages, manages the anxiety, and also promotes the emotional well-being. Basically, our body is made up of 80, close to 80% of water, and sound has the capacity to travel through the water and heal a person. So, if you go back to ancient Hindu and Buddhist temple, Jainist temple, they would have a big bell, and once someone enters, they would strike a bell and then make an entry towards the deity. So those bells were made up of sapta or ashtadhatu, 7 or 8 elements. It would be gold, aluminum, silver, so all iron. So all this has the combined benefit on humans. So that's why maybe our gurus, our sages, had done it for us in past to have this management or release or healing, what we would benefit from that. And yeah, it potentially aids in healing and the healing of the past traumas or the grief, or also being strong from internally, being happy, being calm, and being into a relaxed state of mind overall.
And as you say, Renuka, it
Yes.
actually reduces the stress and anxiety. And sound is such a wonderful part of our life, because if we can't hear properly, we look as if we are uncoordinated. And, sleeping at night, listening to the nice, gentle waterfall with a background music. If you are waking up in the morning, then the flute is a very good. So there are morning music, night music, sleep music. And sound also improves the sleep. And at some point, Rajiv, I think sound actually also does pain relief, doesn't it?
Yes, definite pain relief. It is as good as melatonin in many conditions if done properly, as you mentioned about sleep. It reduces pain, it reduces stress, it reduces depression, it increase the body energy as well, because if you are tired, sometimes music actually bring your energy up. So it has got double effect, which is amazing.
And
So
Rajiv, you can see Sam in Scotland actually practices what Renuka was saying, and he's showing, because it's also something that he and there, look.
Yes. Tangle, because when we lift weights, our muscles get stronger, but there is nothing what we can do our mind powerful. So for a sharper brain, and to make a mind a powerful instrument to be going into this world in a calmer and peaceful way, these type of therapies are really beneficial, what
And
I
Renuka,
feel.
Renuka, one important thing that we must remember, it also it also helps your emotional balance. And not just that, but with an improved focus and concentration. So if you can focus to the sound gently, background noises, then your body is so powerful because it focuses. Sam, your comment.
Definitely, sir, because because majority of the studies have shown that MRI scans and other brain imaging techniques have shown that the people who practices the sound therapy, the yoga, have thicker cerebral cortex, the area of the brain.
Absolutely. Yes, biologically, that is correct as well. Our
Yes.
Fexia is also showing. Sam, we come to your comment in a moment. Fexia, is your configured, your Zoom is configured, then we might hear the sound. If you can try. No, it's not configured. Okay, so all those, when you use sound healing, configure your Zoom so it accepts another sound. So if it's an instrument you are playing, like a guitar or a piano, you need to have actually configured it. We'll take a comment from Professor Pardeep and Anukul in a moment. Sam, your comment, because you love sound healing too.
Yeah. I'll tell you my sound therapy. Every night I have the fan on, and the sound of fan makes me sleep.
And the body is accustomed to it. And when
That's
the
right.
fan is off, then you can't go to sleep because that background music is missing.
That's right. That's the sound of a revolving fan makes me go to
Yes.
sleep. Even in winter, I have the fan on all the time.
Yep. That's one of the sound healings. It does make a noise. Fexia, you have got a comment, Fexia?
Yeah. We do sound therapy as well, using gongs, using singing bowls. Well, typically Tibetan singing bowls. But without sometimes we in qigong we use there's a different way of using the sound therapy. Is we do it by moving the body. For example, I hope you can see it here. So we stand up on our heels and then hold, and then come halfway down. When you stand up, you pull up the perineum, and then you totally relax the body, and then you suddenly drop. So by coming here and dropping down, the heels hitting the floor, it creates a vibration. More the body is relaxed, the more the vibration can travel. And sometimes I can feel it. The vibration comes up to my eyebrows. But this is a way that in Qigong we use the vibration to dislodge any potential stagnations in the energy channel.
And
That's one
biologically,
way.
Fixia, biologically, it's also good to stand on your toes. If you are not very sure, lean against the wall so you don't fall back if you are elderly or maybe if you are not stable. Lean against the wall and still go on the tip of your toes and go down every day. You will find life will gently improve. Let's go to Australia. Dr. Pardeep, sound. Do you like sound healing?
Yeah, I like sound healing. Actually, at this time, this is midnight now. Next day started 12:05. And I have one sound bowl in my clinic, which is far a little bit. So I was taking that the thumbs up that because in Australia there is a lot of the yoga practitioners do the sound healing here, yin yang practice, sound healing, and mostly every weekend here in most of the yoga studios is the sound healing night. And here just like the musical bowls or the sound bowls, because as they have their significance in the mindfulness practices, sound healing and spiritual traditions, just like we are seeing in our some ceremonies or multicultural festivals, everywhere there is some sound from any instruments, just like that gives some calmness. I'm just coming back from Mata Ki Chauki, Rajiv ji, Neil ji.
Yes.
Just there was a big fest for the 4 hour with our Hindu community of Geelong in Melbourne, Australia. So where we go, because these things, the different types of sounds, the religious, spiritual, all these type of sounds or some calming sounds, this gives us the mental peace and actually calmness. We are listening somebody's just like listening ghazals or somebody's classical music or single sounds, or even we are choosing the sounds on our phone notes, maybe something different for the messages, something different for the tune, something different for the incoming outgoing calls. So sound, this is the, of course, amazing, and sound therapy is very famous here in Australia.
Thank you, Pardeep. And as you know, sound is very important. And at this moment, I think we want to hear a sound of maybe somebody singing happy birthday to our senior anchor and our chief admin all the way in India, Amrita. Happy birthday coming midweek this week. So we wish you all a very happy birthday. And Riddhi, maybe you can sing for her or Anjali.
You're too good in giving surprises, Neilji.
Happy birthday in advance, Dr. Amrita.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Dr. Amrita.
birthday to
God
you.
bless
Happy
you.
birthday to you. Happy birthday,
Birthday, dear Dr.
Amrita.
Amrita.
Happy birthday
Birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
May the
So
good
that,
God bless
God bless
you.
you.
Amrita, if you didn't know, that came from Uganda as well, where we are going to move in now. And this is what we love doing at Healing Our Earth. Anjali, thank you also for singing. We love bringing
Thank you, everyone. आप सबका आशीर्वाद बना रहे, and every time you keep blessing me so that I can help empowering people and take you all together with me in this journey and our motive to let people stay healthy and happy. Thank you so much.
And we
And
love surprising
Samrita, thank
everybody.
you for the work that you do. Episode in,
Yes.
episode out, you're always there. You're always on the admin team, putting in your heart and soul, and it doesn't go unnoticed. We're so
And
grateful
Riddhi,
for the work that you
Thank
do.
you, Riddhi. Thank you
Riddhi,
so much.
she delivered a super conference with more than 400 people in IIT Mandi. Anukul is the proof. He was there, over there, and shortly we're going to go to Uganda. Anukul, you were there in MBCC IIT Mandi. How impressive was our Dr. Amrita Sharma?
She was just amazing. What is, I think, the most important was she was completely focused and clear-minded what exactly wanted to happen, and she was running the show like absolutely to the tune and to everybody's liking. The people who were participating, they liked her. The people who were sitting and doing watching thing, they were very good. I think she organized the whole thing very, very well. In fact, she ran the show beautifully.
Wonderful. So it
Thank
was
you.
just like an educational IIT picnic where we had a lot of fun. We'll come back to you on that. Sanjay, if you can make your video camera landscape, please, like every other. If you can landscape your camera, that will help. Rajiv, what a wonderful Renuka and Fexia. It actually folding in situ and sound healing. So next month, Hiral Merchant is coming to London, and we might be having a rooftop terrace sound healing here as well, with Seema and Shalini and Riddhi and Dr. Lalit Soda. We're just waiting for a date to plan out, so that will be wonderful. Rajiv, let's go, Riddhi and Rajiv, let's go, Amrita, let's go to Uganda, where our Uganda coordinator there, he's expert in real estates, but he also promotes movie throughout Africa. He is also going to produce a movie soon. He was there as a lead of the International Yoga Day for Uganda yesterday. So let's see what was it like. Riddhi, over to you and Amrita.
Global Namaste,
Thank
Sanjeev
you.
ji. It's lovely to have you with us here
Global
today.
Namaste.
I hear with
Hello.
International Yoga Day, you've been in charge with 15 other organizations. Tell us more.
Yes. How are you? Namaste, global namaste to everybody.
Global
So,
Namaste,
Namaste.
Sanjay ji.
Global Namaste.
Neil Kumar has been from far always a good motivator for me here to work, and I can tell you that since 2015, when the International Yoga Day started in Uganda, we started on from the first year up to now, it is 11th year. I have been the main coordinator since we started, and because yoga, I consider it is a lifestyle, not only exercise. So I have been interested to take part of yoga in organizing, and we have so many local teachers, Ugandan teachers, who performed today at the main yoga day. We do here 5 schools, local schools 4 and 1 international Delhi public school here, and teachers, all most of them are Ugandans, and we, as we know that we need to promote our culture and the teachings, Indian teachings to the other people, like the whites there or foreigners. So the local people today participated like 60% of the total 2,000 people today, and they all were happy. We normally give t-shirt with yoga symbol and the mats yoga symbol free to everyone who comes to participate. We have done more than 6 remote places of Uganda, 400 kilometers away from Kampala, near Congo border. Also we did yoga there, and local people participated. So in every parts of Uganda we have done yoga, and I am on top 3 coordinator committee. I am chairman on that committee, and Minister of Defense today came. He also showed the importance for army and police people to do yoga everyday practice, and he also appreciated Government of India initiative for yoga worldwide, and also in Uganda. He said specifically that one, that next year is going to give us free without venue charges government defense ground for doing yoga for more than 3,000 people we are expecting next year, 2026. Then the schools which I told you, every day we are giving free lunch to African students, 3,000 people. Our Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh and Seva International. And I am part of that one. So indirect also we do charity in this way. We have like 20 sponsors. Every time 10 sponsors are fixed. They will give from their own side without asking them. So it was actually rain did not come today. Uganda every day rain comes. Anytime it comes, Mr. Neil knows how it is. The climate of Uganda
So
is called Pearl of Africa.
Sanjay, you mentioned about the rain. It's so funny. Yesterday, which was the official IYD, and people celebrated from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. In most part of the world, on the actual day, it didn't rain, and there was the highest take-up ever since the start of IYD, and it was so beautiful. And Sanjay, in Uganda, to coordinate, apart from Kampala, and have several thousands of people, kudos to you and the committee. Very well done. We are very proud of you.
Yes. So I have shared photo in our Healing on Earth Facebook group. So we really, without any disturbance, we completed the event. The last event is next week, Sunday, 29th in Jinja near the source of the Nile. The longest river of the Nile originates from there. So next week is the last program. Yesterday was in the Indian High Commission. I was also speaker there for yoga related activities on behalf of government. And also today I was the main coordinator with the chief guest, Honorable Minister of Defense, and also for vote of thanks speaker today also. So
And
it's
Sanjay,
pleasure for me to.
And Sanjay, as you are discussing with Bindu and Hiral, maybe next year for the women empowerment to yoga, meditation, and women wellness, maybe even Amrita can be included, because between three of them, the curriculum they can bring for the local women and the Indian diaspora will be superb. Maybe Sanjay, let's show without sound what happened in the Uganda Kampala IYD event, and just show what went on, if we can, in a moment.
International Yoga Day celebrations at the tonight.
So Sanjay, was this the place? Was this Seva was?
Yes. Right.
And the theme, you know, it was yoga for one earth, one health. Modi actually brought this out. I can see the ground is very big, Sanjay.
Yeah, very big ground, very big ground.
Where was
and
this?
Today it didn't rain.
And it didn't rain. And look at that. Also Africans there, Indians there.
Total 18 countries people have taken part, 18 countries. And we register online with the Google form. And we have all the details of the t-shirt size we are giving free. As you can see, we give the water bottle free, yoga book free, snacks from temple, and biscuit packet. All is in sponsors.
And you had the gentle sun as well over there, and lots of people over there. So Sanjay, this was very good in an open ground, the famous Uganda, which used to be the green belt of Africa, and is back again. Sanjay, well done for bringing it back to life. So was there any other activity? Was there, what else? You had the officials from the Indian Embassy as well, correct?
Yeah, I'm a former Lohana community chairman, and Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, I am a PRO, public relation officer, and also I am a civil engineer myself, as you told, and developer. Just near this ground, I'm making my own apartments there to sell, of 6-storied apartments, 3-bedroom apartments, just next to this ground, very near, by walking distance.
And that is open to everybody? Is it for local or for international client as well?
Which one?
The apartments that you are building.
It is open to all, open to all. Anybody can buy.
So Uganda is thriving again. Yoga was very much appreciated. You had it in Kampala, you had it in Jinja. Was it in Saroti and Mobale as well?
No, we had in Bale, Arua, Mukono. And now next week is in Jinja. And Burundi also we are organizing from here. Last year we started Yoga Day first time in Burundi, which is south of Uganda, like 2 hours flight journey after Rwanda. So I was the main coordinator. We visited there last year, and there they started first time Yoga Day. This year they continued, and also 29th Burundi they were Yoga Day. Now I was the one pusher for to start their new first time Yoga Day in Burundi country.
So Sanjay, this year more than 180 countries did. It was the highest take-up. Up there in Australia, where it is Monday now, because it's gone past midnight. Professor Pardeep is there. Earlier, even he went to the official IYD. Pardeep, Uganda as well, in a big way. How was it in Australia?
It was, of course, good in Australia also, because in the General Council of Australia, there was a very big show with the Ayush Information Cell from India here also there is a Ayush Information Cell in the city, Melbourne. There was a very big, great show with the foreigners and people here. They celebrated it at a very large platform, and some places the local practitioners also celebrated it in different places of Australia, in Perth, in Brisbane, in Queensland, and New South Wales, Sydney, and Geelong. We celebrated this at our place, Adelaide. Everywhere there is a AAA, Australian Association of Ayurveda, which is related with the yogic practitioners also. And of course, in every street there are the yoga studios and very big yoga schools, and they are love yoga, and everywhere this was the yoga last day. But according to International Yoga Day, it was celebrated mostly the people who are related with Ayurveda and some big yoga studios. And at government level, it was of course celebrated as International Yoga Day at many places in Australia.
Beautiful. Wherever there is Indian embassy or a consulate, and wherever
Yeah.
there are Indians, the Indian knowledge, Indian Vedic, Indian way of life is always spread. Amrita, you love IKS, the Indian knowledge system, and so does Sanjay. So maybe also include Uganda when we plan the conference or something in 2027. Sanjay loves that as well. Sanjay, you have got very good
Yes,
interest in Indian knowledge system and Sanatan Dharma as well, haven't you?
yes, yes. Now I can tell you that as I also told our High Commissioner of Uganda that what happens that on 21st June, which is the longest day for Northern Hemisphere because the sun is on near the Tropic of Capricorn, and that's why it's called the day of maximum lights. And because of that, it was selected as a yoga day. This is today is a summer solstice. If I can explain it, then we have 22nd December shortest day, which is winter solstice. Then another one we have in spring equinox, which is 21st March, and 22nd September, which is autumn equinox. These are the 4 days quarterly, very important. So I also suggested that we do, instead of we do next year yoga day, we shall do every quarter. These 4 are important days of the year so that people do not forget and the momentum of yoga remains it in people's life.
Absolutely. It should not be just for one day. We discussed earlier with our panel, yoga should be a
Yes,
part of your daily life. If you can drink
yes.
water every day, you can breathe air every day, then gently
Mm,
yoga, and don't take it yoga as just Indian based. Yoga is basically
yes.
also simple way of exercise. We were always taught to do pranam by bending down to our parents. Actual reason was it is a good exercise to bend in the morning, so you're becoming flexible. And the way we brought things in our culture was very, very useful. So, Sanjay, good idea. We had actually proposed that this should be brought in at least once a month, not in big scale, and every quarter in a bigger way, so the globe knows that this is a daily part of the life and not just for one day. Sanjay, fantastic.
Right.
We are very proud of you. Stay around, Sanjay. Shortly, we'll be going
Thank
to
you.
David Frawley, who loves yoga as well. And he has also released a yoga book as well. So it will be wonderful. And maybe David Frawley comes to visit you in Africa as well. So it would be something good.
Anytime, anytime.
So
You're
Sanjay, I'm going
welcome.
to be introducing David Frawley in a moment over here. Amrita, Riddhi, stand by so we can welcome David Frawley over here. He not only loves the Indian knowledge system, the Vedic knowledge, he loves yoga too. And it's a perfect time to welcome David Frawley over here, and a global namaste to you too. And we hope that you enjoyed, because you were also involved in International Yoga Day where you are.
Yes.
And how was your event? We saw it on the Facebook, so we were just resharing with people. How was your International Yoga Day, David?
Oh, that was a very wonderful day. We were with the Consulate General of India, Houston, who set up a magnificent program. He even had a yoga activity at NASA, the National Aeronautics Space Administration. And then we also had a number of other public activities, including a main event where we had all the local yoga teachers showing some of their students have been trained and inspiring people to more yoga practice. And I can say there's definitely a lot of interest in yoga in Texas and Houston particularly, and that we've been doing some Ayurveda and other programs with them as well. And we see yoga is spreading everywhere. And our other friends throughout the world have also taken up the Yoga Day. So it has become a huge movement. In fact, I was in India for the first Yoga Day more than 10 years ago. So it's interesting to see how this has all come up and continues to grow. And your organization is also doing very good work, very great work to spread yoga, but every aspect of higher teachings connected to yoga as well, with a variety of great teachers and wonderful topics. And now you are inspiring so many people also. Hari Om.
Thank you for your Ashirwad, David. David, you are obviously famously known as Vamadeva ji as well, and David Frawley. You've been going to India not just 10 years back, where before that you've been going over there. You love the Indian knowledge system, the Vedas, the yoga as well. What was the first, how many years back was it that you first took interest in yoga?
Oh, that was way back before I was 20 years old. I mean, even then there was interest in yoga. But I also had that interest in the spiritual, philosophical sadhana aspect of yoga. And as I read into the yoga teachings, we saw the life and teachings of so many great gurus, Yogananda, Paramahansa Yogananda, Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Anandamayi Ma, Ramana Maharshi, Sri Aurobindo, and all the traditional ones, Shankaracharya. I was also a great student of Upanishads, and that has been a great inspiration for me. Yoga is also there. And then going back to Vedas, because I had a special interest in the ancient history of the world and where we came from. And that inspired me to learn the Sanskrit. And then later, as I went to India, I was able to meet with a lot of the sampradayas and gurus in the country, whether Ramanashram or Aurobindo Ashram, or the Shankaracharyas of Kanchi and Sringeri Swami Dayananda of Harshavidya Chinmaya mission, going to the Himalayas, visiting the temples, and getting to know so many important teachers, and many of them working in other countries. So getting a sense of the global Vedic movement. And you have now created a very important part of that. And you're able to reach so many people from your teachings, perspectives, and online activities as well.
Thank you. Thank you, David. David, the wonderful part is you are still connected to many institutions and you are widening and broadening your horizon. So shortly, Amrita and Riddhi will take it away with you for the next 30 minutes. But before that, let's say thank you to Sanjay Thakur in Kampala in Uganda, who was officially in charge for the IYD from the local Indian embassy. And David, if ever you visit East Africa, then Sanjay would be willing to host you over there. He is in Uganda. Sanjay, your comment before we move over to David Frawley. Over to you, Sanjay, your comment, please.
Yeah, I had suggested before in our group also that we should have an international get-together for healing our earth, and we shall do and share some ideas, because Uganda is one of the most beautiful place in Africa. All who are coming first time can enjoy it nicely. Victoria Lake, the second largest in the world, first biggest in the Africa, the source of the Nile River, so many hills at the altitude of 1250 meters, the nice climate, not more than 30 degrees at all, anytime rain. So this greenery of Uganda, Africa shall be enjoyed. And I invite that all of us, we have a nice get together here, international get together for HOE, first time in Africa, touching to Victoria Nile Speak Resort of Dr. Sudhir Bhai.
Thank you, Sanjay. Indeed, it is true. Bindu and Amrita will explore with you with
Thank you.
Nishit Kotak. For that, Meena Ben, who is already here till July, will be going back to East Africa. So definitely either tail end of next year or following year, 100%. And it would be a delight to be there back. I was born in East Africa, so it's like homeland as you were River Nile source. I was from Lake Victoria over there. So Sanjay, you are a wonderful soul. Stay in here and we'll chit chat with you in a moment. Stay around and let's move over to David Frawley, Vamadevaji. Before that, David, let's welcome Himanshu Mehta, who is in Mumbai, in Juhu. He is our regular host as well. And he was actually commended by Swami Ramdev just 1 year back over there. A global namaste, Himanshu Mehta in Juhu Beach in Mumbai.
Global namaste
Global
to everyone,
namaste.
to the family of Healing Our Earth. And I'm happy to see my dear friend also, Sanjay is there. That's nice. It's been a long time we have met.
And Sanjay
Yeah,
just,
Sanjay.
Himanshu, while you were here, Sanjay just mentioned about the trip that is being planned where Bindu, you will take care of the Mumbai side and please
Okay.
coordinate with Bindu, who will be leading that with Amrita and Nishit here in London, okay?
Oh, great.
So it'll be
Lovely.
wonderful. Himanshu, stay around because we want to chit chat as well, and you can chit chat with Vamadevaji over here. Riddhi, Amrita, take it away for next 30 minutes and include few of our contributors for questions with Vamadevaji. Over to you and a global namaste.
Global Namaste, Vamadevaji. Lovely to have you with us once more. For those of you that don't know, Vamadevaji is the head of Vedic Friends Association. He's also the Padma Bhushan awardee of 2015, and he has since done lots of work for Vedic Sanatan Dharma, which includes loads of talks and also writing loads of books. And his most recent book is Yoga, Body and Mind. Vamadevaji, welcome.
Namaste, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Very honored to be with you. The perspective of going to Africa is also very inspiring. We also look forward to that. And your group working in Mumbai, that's also very good. I have a good friend in Mumbai, and you may know is Amish Tripathi. So we are sometimes engaged in
So
activities.
Amish Tripathi is also part of Healing Our Earth. He used to be the culture minister here in the Indian embassy.
Yes.
So you are very right. And he's a wonderful soul, one of the most prolific author as are you, because not only in person do you actually help people, but through your books, you help people as well. Over to you.
Which is
One
absolutely
statement.
fantastic that you're able to do so much work and connect with us. And we really do look forward to welcoming you both in India and in Africa as well, Vamadevaji. We know that you've done lots of retreats globally, especially within Europe, and that it is one of your fortes to be doing retreats and to be traveling and to be inspiring lots of people. So yes, we look forward to welcoming you again as well. What is your message for International Yoga Day today?
Well, International Yoga Day message is, of course, something quite vast because all life is yoga and the universe is yoga. So yoga is reclaiming our spiritual roots. It's also connecting to all of nature. And it's also taking us to our true human purpose, which is the realization, self-realization, gaining of higher consciousness, and understanding the inner reality of the universe. We know the outer reality. Now we have so much equipment to measure it, but we forget to realize that the entire universe dwells within us. As Upanishads say, the entire universe dwells within the small space in the Hridaya or the spiritual heart, which is the seat of the Atma, the self that exists and dwells in all beings and is the source of our prana, our intelligence, our speech, our awareness. So yoga is very essential today. And the idea or the correlation of Yoga Day with the sun has a very ancient history. Yoga is said to come from the sun. Vedas are said to come from the sun. Surya is Atma. Surya is Purusha. And Om, the sun chants Om as it moves across the sky. And the Vedas dwell in the rays of the sun. And we have this, even what Sri Krishna teaches, is that he taught the ancient Paratana Yoga first to Vivaswan, who is the inspiring, illumining, transforming, transcending aspect of the solar energy. And from there to Manu, which was the son of the sun, as the original or primal guru and guide for humanity. And then on to great yogis, many in the solar dynasty. And so we have to recognize that heritage. And many traditional cultures throughout the world, you can see it at Stonehenge also, idea of seven sages, the great pillar. You know, a pillar is also a symbol of Dharma and connecting to the sun. Vedas have a whole retinue of solar devatas, not just Surya, but Aditya, Savita, Mitra, Varuna, Aryama, what are called the higher devatas or the Vishwe devas, and also again the powers of the sun. So that inner sun is also the self within us. And yoga reflects that wisdom of the universe coming through the sun and connecting us to all the light and life in the universe as a whole. We can learn yoga directly from our own inner awareness. We can connect to the universe as a whole. So it is not only our global namaste, it is our universal namaste. And wherever you go in the universe, yoga will be there to greet you. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Vamadevaji, a question that I often have is that what do we actually do when there is a conflict between the mind and the heart? The mind wants to pull in one direction and the heart is going in the opposite direction. What do we do?
Very important. First of all, we have to understand what the mind is and what the mind's purpose is for. And the mind's purpose, particularly here we're talking about manomaya kosha and manas, is to help us orient ourselves in the external world. So correlating the senses, allowing us to measure things, to help us understand the names, forms, numbers, activities, energies of the external world. But the mind cannot perceive the internal reality, nor can the intellect unless it is turned within and surrendered to the divine within. And of course, we live in a culture today where the mind and the intellect have a lot of power. And even it's academics with the intellectual mind who are telling us what yoga is, even though none of them have practiced yoga or they don't understand or appreciate. So use the mind as an outer tool. It's an outer tool for understanding external factors if you need to travel, finances, architecture, outer structures. And then we have to understand the heart. And we have to understand there are also different levels of the heart. Often, of course, we talk about the physical heart. There's heart diseases and all of that in the medical system. There's also then the idea of emotional heart and feeling. And then when we go to a deeper level, there's the idea of hridaya, or the spiritual heart, starting in the old Vedic teachings. And what that tells us is we have an inner spiritual heart that is not only more subtle than the mind, but it's also something that transcends ordinary emotions and feelings. It is the place where the Ishta Devata, or our divine connection to the, or our connection to the divine in a specific form dwells. It is where the mind is actually comes out of. It is the origin of speech. It is where prana is there. It is also the seat of Atma. So we must give priority to the Hridaya over the mind. And in Ramana's teaching, Ramana Maharshi, he puts a lot of emphasis on Hridaya. And Upanishads also do that to a great extent. So awaken and embrace the universe in your spiritual heart, which is also the seat of bhakti or devotion, and the jnana or the knowledge. And as we say, the prana, not only it's our connection to universal self, unitary prana, and recognizing through yoga our unity with all life, all the universe. And that takes us into the higher bhavas of bhakti, shanti, ananda. And through the Hridaya, we emphasize and pray for ananda for everyone. And that is our true nature.
And how fitting that the motto for International Yoga Day this year is Yoga for Health and One Family. And isn't it just so fitting that that is the conversation that we are having here today in terms of having a spiritual heart that connects openly, not just within to ourselves, but also to the nature around us, also to Matrubhumi, also to the family that we see as a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and how important that is in being able to have our own voice, but also the voice of the collective, which comes together on International Yoga Day.
Yes, that is very important, having an international yoga community and recognizing that our unity in yoga transcends all our outer differences, and that yoga is the basis for what is profound in all life. So it can help us, whatever is our profession, wherever we live. But it is that yogic aspiration for unity, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, but that includes everything. Even the rocks are part of our family, the planets, the mountains, even subatomic particles, you might say. And of course, yoga is also about prana. And prana is the force behind the universe. All energies in the universe come out of that deeper prana. Hari Om.
Dearest Amrita, do you have a question?
Yeah. Global Namaste, Vamadevji. I I'm really thrilled about the thoughts of spiritual heart and how the work of sadhana and yoga, and especially the Agnihotra that we do. We also have Dr. Ulrich from Germany who practices Agnihoma therapy. And what is in your opinion, the role of the people practicing these Vedic rituals of Agnihotra every day in their life, and in today's time when there's so much of unrest and um, wars around? How can people utilize it for their own peace as well as global peace? Thank you.
Yes. The first thing to understand is the Hridaya is the seat of Agni. And this is the Chidagni, the power of consciousness. The Jivatma, which is your reincarnating being, that is also rooted in the Hridaya. And essentially, the journey into the spiritual heart and into the greater universe is through Agni. Agni is that flame of awareness within us. Agni is the basis of speech and mantra. Agni is also the Adi Guru of yoga, of course, through Shiva. Shiva is, of course, Agni and Soma and all the Devatas. So awakening that Agni within us is very important, and also honoring that Agni around us. Of course, we have all of our Jata Agni, Prana Agni, we have the eyes, and then in nature around us, we have Agni on the earth, we have the lightning in the atmosphere, we have the sun in the sky. So that Agni is the key to transformation. Yoga is rooted in what we call tapas, with the sadhana, which is actually employing that deeper Agni, basis of mantra, meditation, and all of that. But that Agni must be honored around us in our society. Traditional cultures have always had their sacred fires and their sacred events, for example, relative to the winter and the summer solstice, also equinoxes and daily fires. And so we always recommend that students and aspirants of yoga light the Agni every day. There are the ghee lamps. There are different ways you can do this. There, of course, there's the special Agni Hotra done at sunrise, noon, sunset using special mantras. And that also helps purify the environment, the society, purify the mind. So all yoga centers should have that Agni continuing, flame of Agni continuing to burn both outwardly and inwardly. And it's also a very practical thing that we can bring people into. The children can understand the Agni. So Agni Hotra is a very important process. There is also Pran Agni Hotra. There are inner Agni Hotras. And we should also here remember the mantra of the spiritual heart, which is Hreem. You can spell it phonetically, H-R-E-E-M. Hreem is connected, of course, to Surya and to the heart. Heart is Hriya, but Hreem is also the sign of that Agni in the heart. We also call it the Purusha, the size of a thumb. And that is what comes in to us at birth, that leaves at death, it never dies. And so bringing back Agni is most important on all levels, and Agni in Ayurveda, and Agni on so many levels. Agni is the divine child. Agni is Kumar. Agni is all the sages, the rishis, Agni rasas, etc., come from Agni. So we're very happy to see that work being done. And life should be a yoga ritual. Sadhana should be a ritual. It's a divine offering. It's not just an exercise. Even an asana should be a ritual offering to the divine. And Agni will also purify our environment for our yoga space, our healing space. So we have to remember and honor Agni. Agni is often a little more connected to the winter solstice, where Agni Kumar, as the child, is born. Hari Om.
Amrita,
Thank you.
what an input by Vamadeva ji. And at this moment, you see Ulrich smiling because it's one of the episodes you and Ulrich will be bringing Agnihotra, where we want Vamadeva ji to be one of the senior lead speaker as well, because Ulrich wants to bring lots of followers and healing followers. Ulrich, your comment.
No, I'm just listening. Thanks a lot. This is all very philosophical, and I'm more concentrated on the practical part that is actually performing Agnihotra. Of course, I'm performing Agnihotra since 46 years now, and introducing it to others, and then trying to find the scientific validation of Agnihotra, of the effects, as you say, effects on the environment, purifying the environment, but also purifying our mind, because that is actually the first thing which happens. You perform Agnihotra, and the first effect goes purifying the atmosphere, and then prana. Prana flows harmoniously, and it immediately has an effect on our mind. Immediately, it pushes our mind in the direction of love, harmony, and that is very important. So it is a very wonderful tool also for all kinds of therapies for psychotherapy, for drug de-addiction. And as we know, it reduces stress, and stress is one of the important factors for so many diseases. So it has has applications in all the different areas. And this is what we are trying to develop and to trying to make it more known to people, so that ideally in every household, like in ancient Vedic times, in all households, Agnihotra at sunrise, sunset was performed. So I think we should go back to that, and then we would overcome all the divisions and all the cruelty, all the violence which we see in our world nowadays. So yeah, thank you for your comments, and nice to meet you here on this forum.
And you know, the Agnihotra is also connected to Surya, the timings of the sun, Savita, the point of transformation. We have been to visit Germany quite a bit in the past, not so much recently. We have our friends at Yoga Actual and many other groups there. And it's very good to see, but you're absolutely right. We need to embody the Agni and have the Agni as the flame, the Agni as the Agnihotra, and the purifying power of the Bhasma is also very important. And we even use that with some of the herbal formulations, and we put it at different parts of the body. And of course, the Tratika, or the gazing at the Agni, as the foundation for meditation. And that also awakens the inner Agnis and connects us with Agni on all different levels. So you are carrying Agni for Europe, and we hope, and the world actually. And so we hope that they listen to you. And also we should have Agnihotra at all of our political centers and schools, and of course, not just for special events, a daily thing, sunrise, sunset.
So thank you, Vamadevaji and Amrita and Ulrich. There you are, gaining momentum. Spirituality meets holistic, meets practical, and brings scientific solutions so we can penetrate through the education establishment and mainstream media. So it's gaining momentum. And we want Ulrich, make sure that you do discuss with Amrita. Amrita, keep Vamadevaji in loop, and also another soul that shortly we are going to welcome, our very own Jeffrey Armstrong in Canada. Shortly, he will be also appearing here, who is a friend of David Frawley as well. Kavinder Rishi, as you know him. He is also going to weigh in with Agnihotra in a moment, so we'll be going there. So Amrita, Ulrich, plan that special episode, and also Ulrich, because you want to bring some scientific data, who better to keep in touch than Vamadevaji and Jeffrey Armstrong to bring other parts across the Atlantic as well. So, Vamadevaji, while we are here and the world requires peace and everything, shall we do a 5-minute meditation through you and bring some peace and calmness on the earth?
Certainly.
Over to you.
Okay. We will do a meditation on the Hridaya, or the spiritual heart. Draw in the prana, the light from the most distant horizon. You can mentally chant Om, because Om is that universal light and life that is vibrating everywhere. But draw in that universal light and the Agni that dwells everywhere into the spiritual heart, or the Hridaya, which is the core of your being. And in there, that divine flame continues to burn. It is behind the state of deep sleep, allowing you to renew. And it is the basis of the Turiya, the fourth transcendent state, in which Agni expands into Surya. So you should maintain as much as possible a constant awareness of the flame of consciousness, the flame of Atma in the Hridaya or the spiritual heart. When you breathe in, offer all that you are. If you have any issues, problems, issues, whether with the mind, if you want to raise your awareness, offer everything into the Hridaya or the spiritual heart and its flame. And when you do that, that Agni will purify and transform it into a connection to the divine within and the Atma. And when you draw that energy in, as we mentioned, the mantra for the spiritual heart is Hrim. It is not only Agni, it is also the sun. So when you exhale, let that Hrim mantra expand from the spiritual heart within you to your entire environment, friends, families, universe as a whole, to connect us into that divine light of Paramatma, Parameshwara, all the devatas. The Yoga Shakti is also manifestation of Agni. So learn that constant presence of Agni in the spiritual heart, connected to mantra, meditation, and then, of course, doing all the appropriate outer rituals as well, because that allows us to embody things. And so having Agni burning at the core of our being and in our own home and in all the places around us, of course, as a spiritual light will definitely raise, enlighten, and purify humanity and connect us to our true immortal nature. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. The Guru is also Agni. Hari Om Tat Sat.
How beautiful, simple and easy to take in, and so soothing. And in this time where the war is raging, the people who perished in the flight that left for London from Ahmedabad, this is very much required. Vamadevaji, you also released a book on yoga, which is now really trending. What inspired you to bring it in the form that you have?
Well, the book is called Yoga Beyond Body and Mind, and it is based upon the teachings of Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi, which I've been connected to for over 50 years. I've also done a lot of activity with the ashram, and my friend Ram Mohan of the ashram has done a wonderful forward for the book. And it also contains one of the key teachings of Ramana, which is Upadesha Saram, 40 verses. And we wanted to share that teaching directly with people because it is a great study of the yoga from the foundational practices to self-inquiry and the highest self-realization. Yoga does address body and mind, but is to make the body and mind sattvic so we can move beyond the body and mind for our true self. Body and mind are our instruments, but our true being is pure consciousness, is Atma, is the self of all beings, is Satchit Ananda. We need health and well-being to do anything in life, but at the same time, our goal is to move beyond simply thinking that, oh, I'm a body, I'm a mind, and recognizing our universal nature. And so that was the emphasis of the book. And of course, Ramana's teachings have emphasized that quite a bit. You can just look at his face and see. You can visit the wonderful temple in Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala, and many other devotees throughout the world. And going back to the teachings of Adi Shankara, and you will find all these great stotras as well as commentaries and work on the Vedanta, and many followers were connected also to Kanchipuram, another one of the Shankara sites. And he is Shiva as well. So that is what the book is about, but we also we have other subjects and prana and so many things, pranagni and all of that. And we have other books coming out. I've just finished a book on prana, whole book on that. And then we have a whole book on how we can use yoga and Ayurveda relative to our AI and the digital era. And AI is very helpful, but the highest consciousness and self-realization only comes from yoga. You don't need a machine for it. You don't need an algorithm. Maybe mantras are your algorithms, but you just need to follow the great gurus of yoga and the great teachings there and use the technology to develop higher consciousness and greater peace and harmony and yogic connections with all the universe. Hari Om.
There you are. You don't need a machine.
Hari Om.
All you need is your soul. Can you gently bring the book in the camera of your instrument and just hold it for a moment for those of you who are connected to us on social media, website exactly. This is by David Frawley, also known as Vamadevaji. Yoga Beyond Body and Mind. Just put on your browser and you can know where to buy it. Thank you, David. It's wonderful. And it's so lovely to have you. Let's go to another spiritual friend of yours. And he is also here at Healing Our Earth, giving Ashirwad all the time. He is none other than Jeffrey Armstrong, also known as Kavindra Rishi. He is not only a speaker, teacher of Vedic wisdom, he is also founder of the Vedic Academy of Science and Arts, briefly known as VASA as an acronym, and has written several books on Vedic subjects, including The Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive, a radical translation. You need to go in again, sir, for that thing. So let's say hello, and also let's welcome Riddhi, who has got extra guests for us. Jeffrey and David, say hello to each other spiritually and keep on giving Ashirwad to Healing Our Earth.
Certainly, but Jeffrey is the great Kavi and he is the great poet. So please study his poetry as well. It will definitely awaken, enlighten you, and inspire you on so many levels. Hari Om.
And a global namaste to both of you, Vamadevaji and Kavinda Rishiji. I just want to introduce you to three very important special guests that I've got that have literally just landed in the UK this morning and have decided to pop around my house. So we've got Digantji Dash, who is the HSS Pracharak for America. He's also part of the Europe and South America and North America Pracharak. He does a lot of work with indigenous cultures, and it's beautiful that he's already had an immersion in the work that both of you have done and the way that you have served Vedic Sanatana Dharma. Digantji, if you'd like to say a few words.
It's amazing to meet both of you on different occasions. So very recently, Kavindra Rishiji, at your home, we had a nice food and food for thought. And your books on Bhagavad Gita was amazing. So with that, I'd also like to introduce two of our other friends and yogis from San Antonio, Texas. Both of them are physicians, doctors. They studied in Bharat as well as in US and have been practicing, yoga and living a yogic lifestyle since last several years, like almost 2 decades now. And both of them have started something called Om Yog Sadhana Kendra and then Om Ashram. So I will let them, talk and get introduced. Yeah.
Namaste and our humble pranam to both of you. Have read your books and have come across you in the past. Probably Jeffrey does not remember, but you were on one of our shows. I do yoga in San Antonio. But a little bit about Om Ashram, which is in the heart of San Antonio, in the middle of the medical center. It is a place for early value-based education for children from Monday through Friday. We have about 80 children that come and learn the Hindu values from a very early age and take them back home, and this way engage the whole family into the culture and value-based system. And then our main focus as physicians is 2 fields. We have a 18 level, 15 years of a structured yoga program And we have about 120 children that are enrolled in it from age 4 on. So asana, pranayam, meditation, Patanjali Yoga Sutra study, Bhagavad Gita, all of that is part of the curriculum. And through every level, the 6 months, they get a curriculum and then they get tested and then placed in appropriate level from there on. And like that, we have about 15 years of worth of material for them to study. And I'll let Devraji talk about our Yog Chikitsa, the other program that we focus on.
So Yoga Chikitsa is mostly a physician-based. It is for the physicians. And most of the physicians are treating chronic ailments which arises from chronic inflammation. And how yoga becomes the ultimate remedy, going beyond lifestyle medicine, digging deeper into the errors in perception, and then leading to errors in choices. By correcting our life's purpose and bringing better choices which are aligned with Dharma, we are able to relate better to ourselves and with the world. And so physicians understand more how the humanity is suffering in general with chronic inflammation, and how yoga can become a powerful tool in going beyond just lifestyle medicine and integrated medicine, but going to the root of the problem and resolving it. The Sanskrit word for health, as we know, is swastha, is to abide in our own true self. And that pretty much sums up a physician's mission. Thank you.
And it's actually fantastic as well that both Jeffrey G and David G run retreats within Europe for people that want to know more about Vedic Sanatana Dharma. And it's just by coincidence that you're all here with me today, and that we're going to be doing a TTC, a teacher's training course in the UK, where we will be helping students to learn more about the indigenous roots, to learn more about how they can keep themselves free from chronic pain and chronic inflammation, and going deeper into the roots of what yoga really stands for, which is your connection, not just within ourselves, connection to a higher power, and connection to all around us within nature too.
Thank you.
Well done, Riddhi. What a wonderful introduction to everybody. So from Institute of Vedic Studies from USA, let's move to the Vedic Academy of Science and Arts. David Frawley, Vamadevaji, a global namaste to you and thank you on behalf of everyone at Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. You are a great inspiration for us as well. And all the people you connect us to is really wonderful. Hari Om.
Thank you for your Ashirwad, and Riddhi, take it away. It's all yours.
So Vamadevaji and Jeffrey G, whilst you're both here, a question that we actually had as a group whilst we were discussing earlier was about the role that a guru plays in a sadhuk's life. And how do you think this comes to play? Is it essential for a sadhuk to have a guru?
Every time I listen to a guru speak, as we just have with Vamadevji, I appreciate it ever so much more. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. The Vedic culture has taught us to know how to respect and learn from and absorb and receive the benefit of sadhus of all descriptions, acharyas who teach by their personal lifestyle example. Vamadevji is one of the most illustrious, what I like to think of as bridge carrying persons who has decided to be entirely in the seva of the Vedic culture and be a bridge to bring people back and forth across so that they have the direct experience. Yad yad acharati sheshtas tatad evi tiro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. The entire world will follow such an example, and it must be exemplary. We must be the embodiments of what we propose is useful and beneficial to others. So it's a pleasure to be here with you all.
Thanks for those wonderful comments. And of course, the Guru is also just the living example and the living tradition, and we have so much of that going on. I was able to connect with many gurus from Anandamoy Ma to the Paramacharya of Kanchipuram. Now we have Swami Avdeshananda. We have so many great gurus leading all these sampradayas on. But it's that living example that comes from this whole yoga tradition, and the guru does not die. So we can connect with that within ourselves and share that with all. And even what you are doing here, you are awakening us to the Guru on many levels, not only many human forms, transcendent forms, teachings, and traditions. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Jeffrey G, I'm going to pass it over to you to share your message on International Yoga Day.
I think a good way to think of this, well, first of all, I'll say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. We are all beholden to some acharya, someone who taught by their own example, and we then try our best to personify that and to embody that. And there are several, and in that process, then you might say that as we study yoga and Ashtanga yoga, because it's the integration of the physical embodiment, the mental state, all of the different departments are integrated in the Ashtanga yoga. But of course, each of us then becomes a kind of specialist, because that is the department that we feel most attraction to. In my case, that has been mantra. And the vibrations of mantra are the direct link. So the samadhi part of the Ashtanga yoga is achieved by vibrating and aligning oneself in the correct attitude with a deva, a devi, with the divine on various levels of manifestation. And so, to give you an example, years ago, I was having a conversation like this with my Sanskrit teacher, and who was from Bharat, and he said that we do the Gayatri mantra in the morning to be close to Surya. And I said, yes. And he said, let me share with you the 108 names of Surya so that you can have a direct connection at a more intricate level. And from that time till now, and I won't do all 108 now and take too much of our time, but what he taught me was Surya Yaman Bhagat Vastar Bhushan Arka Savitaravi Gabastimat. And it goes on for 108 distinctive features of Surya. And I have been chanting that mantra ever since, all day long, all in the midst of different activities, as it inspires me in a particular moment. So it is the sadhu sangha that leads us to absorb these principles and then start to embody them. Since Surya became a very great influence in my life, the other part of the process that I wanted to share with you, and this is a small murti that was done by a student of mine. This is Mata Bhumi. You can see her. Oh my, there we go. She's pouring a healing liquid onto herself. It's a small picture of Mata Bhumi. And Mata Bhumi is the sacred place where we are practicing our yoga. There's a mantra to her as well that I chant every day. Om yasyam samudra bhuta sindurabo yasyam bandham prishtaya sambhavu yasyam idam jinvati pranadeva sano bhumi purumehe dadatu. And again, I won't do the whole mantra, it goes on. But we, as practitioners of yoga, are becoming servants of the planet on which we are residing, and servants of the illuminating planets, grahas, that are giving us life force, and then are the invisible support system behind and beyond us. They are the devas and devis. The great gift of the Vedic Vidya is that it doesn't humiliate us to take away our inappropriate egotistical attitude. Instead, it humbles us by introducing us to the great beings that are running the cosmos and offering us the opportunity to cooperate with them, to come to know them, to vibrate their mantras so that we become like them. And that samadhi, or same as, is the actual essence of where all yogas are taking us. They're taking us directly into intimate personal contact with the beings that are behind this remarkable planet on which we reside, and this universe which we're surrounded by, and this incredible system of cause and effect, which shows us how we cannot die and go from one life and one body to another and to another. This is where Jyotish and Ayurveda come together with Ashtanga Yoga and become a set of sciences that teach us how to embody, how to disembody, how to be in the body, how not to be the body. All of these important principles, but more than anything, how to cooperate with all of the beings who are conducting life in the universe within which we live, in this Jagat. So the Vedic Vidya, when people specialize in it, becomes a profound, you feel this profound honor, as if the person who's absorbed and practices daily and moment to moment their association with these other great beings that surround us, that make all of this possible. As we associate, as we have their darshan, we become convinced again of the greatness of what we are in the midst of. Every time we're in the presence of an acharya, like David, all of them, like Stephen Knapp, there's so many different who are now emerging again within our world and leading us and guiding us by their attitudes and by their actions, leading us into states of being that perfect what we could be. And so this yoga is a connection that we sustain. And the ultimate methodology of that is the vibration of the mantra, Manas Trayate, because that's why we're called, and I don't use this word, we're called mankind. It's not mankind, that's prejudicial. We're humankind, but man is not male, it's manas. We're mind kind. And this is what yoga addresses. Everything from showing us how to be embodied correctly in a balanced and harmonious way, how to eat, how to live, how to walk, how to sleep, how much, how to perfect embodiment, so that in that perfecting of embodiment, as years pass, we become more and more useful as the personification of the great Vedic Vidya that's in the Vedic library, that Ashtanga Yoga and each of the yogas teaches us. The one thing I want to add to that, and just emphasize it a little bit, is that in the noisy and vibrating, chaotic, scientifically distorted world that we're currently residing in, sound vibration, to my opinion, is the most profound medicine you can take all day long. If you're fortunate, various acharyas will teach you the various mantras that they are sustained by. And then you have the ability to link yourself in, just as we are right now. What an auspicious moment to all be together like this. It is the correct use of technology. And if we can understand this and see it, then we can say, all right, well, then I should remember this always. Shravanam Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Archanam, Vandanam, Padasevanam. It is Yad Yad Acharati Shreshtas, Tatad Evi Tiro Janaha, Sayat Pramanam Kurute, Lokas Tad Anuvartate. Teach by example. Teach by embodiment. Teach by vibrating the vibrations that elevate us from just in the human body to manifesting. Now, this is the next part that the yoga has given us. The devas and devis, all of whom were maligned by the Abrahamic religions, by the one lifetime religions. I never speak negatively of those systems of trying to reach the divine because I respect all of them. But their missing component is the gift that Sanskritam gives us. This perfect language is the key. It is that which allows us to vibrate and therefore become same as, samadhi, with all of the great beings that we're surrounded by, and be on a personal first name basis with them. And therefore, once you have their attention, it's like calling someone on the phone. After the greetings and after the connection, then you say, oh, I've been thinking of you and how may I be of service? And this, how may I be of service? How may I perform seva? Is supported and sustained by what we're doing right now. It is by the sound vibration. I just had a screen change. It is by the sound vibration of the words that we speak that we are now connected. And it takes us beyond the visual. My screen is gone.
You can continue, Jeffrey. We still see you. They're just working in the back.
All right. So it is the personal existence of the devas and devis which culminates in not using alternative religious so-called terminology, but using the Sanskrit names, Bhagavan, not the other. But Sri Bhagavan is Bhagavan, the one who possesses beauty, wealth, strength, fame, knowledge, and detachment, the one who personifies the great qualities that we're now trying to personify. This is present in the devas and devis. Nothing made me more aware of the devas and devis than being a Jyotishi and seeing them in action and knowing the timetable that they're on. and seeing them in each person. We don't think of ourselves as the composite of the devas and devis, of these divine beings that are making life possible here, until we really look closely. And then you will see, when a Jyotishi explains your chart to you, you see the blueprint of the building that you're living in. You see the vibrational realities that you're connected to. And this is cross-connected to our body type, and our body type to Ayurveda, to what we should eat, to what herbs are best for us, to what happens to us seasonally, to what is our best companion in life. Who will we harmonize with? It's all about this first name basis relationship with the devas and devis, who are all viewing themselves as the servants of Sri Bhagavan, of the ultimate and ultimate realities, the male and female divine, Sri Radha and Sri Krishna, of the explanation for the feminine and masculine. All of these important personifications are the essence of the Vedic Vidya, are the essence of yoga. Yad yad acharati sheshtas, tatad eve tiro janaha, to follow in the footsteps of those who teach by their personal example. For having that personal example, they must be connected to the personal beings who are conducting the universe in which we live and beyond, who are responsible for it, who designed it, who are the architects of it. And the tremendous gifts of the Vedic culture are this Mahatma viewpoint. It's interesting that Mahatma Gandhi gave us the word, but not quite the definition. He didn't have time, but he tried his best to embody it. And that made him unavoidably, distinctively someone should be listened to. But Mahatma, Maha-Atma, becoming the Atma we could be, is by association. And association leads to the last step, which is seva. It is seva to Mata Bhumi that is the important thing about knowing her. It is saying to each of these devas and devis, how may I be your servant? How may I personify you? How may, in all that I do, may I be your embodiment? And this is I like to think of it as the yogic action on a global scale. We're getting ready to move this to another level through sound vibration and through cooperating and respecting one another, and by being acharyas and teaching by our personal examples, by having a lifestyle that people can emulate. And this is where the Ashtanga Yoga comes in. It teaches us how to completely embody what we're trying to become in ideal form. We can't embody the Atma completely, but we can be embodied being the Atma completely. And this changes everything. This is my favorite, was I was translating the Bhagavad Gita. And when I do work with anything Vedic, I try to get to the very heart of the matter. You may or may not know, but the 4 verses of the Bhagavad Gita that are considered the summary Bhagavad Gita, its very essence, are chapter 10, verses 8, 9, 10, and 11. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matak sarvam pravartate iti madhva bhajanti mam buddha bhava samanvita machchita madgata prana bodhiyantak parasparam kathayantas chamam nityam tushanti cha vramanti cha tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tvam gainamam upayantite tesham sattatayuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami buddhi yogam tvam gainamam upayantite. Sri Bhagavan says to us, I am the source of everything. From me the entire creation flows. Knowing this, the wise adore me with all their hearts. Their thoughts dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered unto me, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and adore me with purest love, I give the understanding by which they may come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, who am dwelling within their hearts, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the shining lamp of Vedic Vidya, with the shining lamp of knowledge. And it is this, in this wonderful sadhu sangha, that we are to inspire one another with, to embody, to personify the ultimate person, persons, this avatar, and we to be the persons, hands up, receiving, and then hands on, teaching by our personal example. And with that, I think I'll hand back the microphone to those conducting it and thank them and honor them for creating this Sangha, which it is an honor to be a part of. And may I point one more thing out? You see Sandy, who is my partner. We have been together for 28 years. And during that 28 years, all we have done is teach the Vedic Vidya. We have been so fortunate as to do only that. And not because we were wealthy. We are not. We're not, have not been. But we are beyond wealthy. And it is with Sandhya Devi that I have learned the lesson of Radha Krishna, of Saraswati Brahma, of Durga, Shiva, of this amazing Vedic Vidya, which shows us how to inhabit a body, not to be it, and shows us how to inhabit the realm of Prakriti and work together, inspired to do seva. Mm. And this is the opposite to exploit, extract, take, damage, and leave behind a mess. We have an opportunity right now. Yad yad acharati shreshtas. We can teach this by our personal example. And I honor all of you because I so know that you are. And so from Sandhya Devi and myself, because really everything that I do, she did also. We have actually become a team, serving the acharyas to the best of our ability. And you are offering us the opportunity by your association to be even greater, more inspired. I feel not like talking when I'm in your presence. I feel like asking you to talk. I talk because I know it's my dharma and I must. But on the other hand, it is the greatness of being in the presence of the devas and of the ultimate beings beyond them, and then of the sadhus that we are in proximity with, so that we can honor them and be of service to them. And I just want a PS here to Stephen Knapp, who has been a distant acharya and friend and close in my heart for so very many years. He and I have worked together, and he has been an example and remains one. So to see his smiling face here and be back in his personal company gives me great joy. And with that, I will hand back. Or perhaps do one poem. What do you think?
I don't think you've got time. You've been impinging on Stephen's time, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay to have a poem. Jeffrey is very well known in the world for a poem.
We like your
Jeffrey,
poem.
your soothing voice. Let's have a nice poem, and over to you, and then we'll move to Stephen.
All right.
Well, then let's do it in a special way. Some years ago, Michael Cassidy and I created 4 albums of beautiful music together when we were in the ashram. We created a rock opera that toured the East Coast of the United States and did songs like, You Know You're Not That Body. We're all pure spirit, soul. Bodies. We had a rock band teaching the Vedas, touring the East Coast of the United States in 7 school buses with a 400-foot purple tie-dye backdrop and a bus with murtis in it, installed deities. And we toured up and down the East Coast. So I won't take much longer, just to say, he and I did a song together. I wrote the poem, he wrote the music and sang it. Ah, caterpillar changed his mind and woke to find himself refined. His old self had to die for him to be a butterfly. He tired of walking on the ground, and so around himself he wound a screen of silken strands, a veil untouched by human hands. Then something subtle changed within, reflected by his changing skin. He had a change of heart and wished to play another part. If like that worm my soul can fly, a rainbow-colored butterfly upon the winds of time, then I with wings of gold will climb beyond this burning dark abyss, up to that land of love and bliss, where grows a flower sweet. I'll fly to Krishna's lotus feet. There I'll live eternally, my soul at last from matter free. A song will fill the sky, the love song of a butterfly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And the kirtan then started. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's a humbling experience to be in your presence and a great honor to be able to speak. And for so long now, but so very short in the bigger picture of things, we have been dedicating our lives, as you all are now, and have been, to such noble ideas. Please continue. Please stay in touch with us and give us your darshan, and let us try to share this with the whole world with humility in the spirit that was given to us. Thank you very much. Jai
Thank you
Gurudev.
very much. Jai Gurudev. And I think this is actually what you do so well, Jeffrey G, is to be able to take the essence of Sanatan Dharma and put it down into a few words that are just so eloquent. And I'd like to repay that to you as well. I believe that all 3 of you here, Stephen G, Sandy G, Jeffrey G, you've been paying that service, doing that seva for Vedic Sanatan Dharma for so long. And it's inspired so many youngsters. You've just heard from another 3 people here today that were absolutely inspired by the teachings that you have, that are now wanting to actually go back to America and spread this knowledge forwards. So we are absolutely grateful to the work that you have done. And not just that, the work that you have done throughout this year, actually, because I think it's been more or less every single episode that we have had on Yoga, Jeffrey G and Sandy G, that you have joined us to share the Vedic Sanatan Dharma and to make those relationships and to reach out to us and say, it's your time, wake up. And that is the essence of it, is for us now to wake up and us to carry that flag forwards. But we can only do that because we have you, all of you, here present with us that enable us to move forwards. And so, Jeffrey G, Stephen G, I have a question for you, because both of you wanted to talk about the multidimensional areas of yoga. Jeffrey G, you wanted to come at it from the 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga. Stephen Knapp G, you wanted to come at it from a multidimensional area of yoga. I wanted to know, what are the connections between Ashtanga Yoga and then Raja Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Gnana Yoga? Over to you.
Which one?
Steve.
Which one of us?
You first.
Me? But then that'll start my whole presentation.
Oh, no.
So you better finish up, Jeffrey.
All right.
And in fact, I just want to say one thing. You singing that song takes me back like 30 or 40 years ago, because when you first came out with those songs, you and Michael Cassidy, I got the cassettes. And then a number of years later, I don't know, maybe about 20 years later, you gave me the copies of the CDs. And those songs still bring back so much memory because they're like timeless. The message, the melody, the music is like timeless. They're as good then as much as they are now. So anyway, it really took me back quite a ways. So I was really pleased about that. So anyway, but go ahead. You can wrap it up, Jeffrey.
All right. Well, I would like to share a thought with everyone. Just as when we explain and when we embody what we've been given by the great acharyas of the Vedic civilization, there's no way we can repay them except to try to personify it and then to share it throughout the world. And we feel less qualified than they. So the two things that I feel are most important for us to personify. One is the platform we're walking on. This is what it means to be an acharya, to teach by example. But to do that, we need to say the name Matabhumi, not just walk on her and leave her with no name. So if anyone who's listening is interested and doesn't have it, I will love to share with you the long version of the mantra to Matabhumi that I chant all day long, so that I remember who I'm serving. I'm not qualified to serve Sri Bhagavan directly. Dasa, 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 anudasa is the same. Servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant, 10 times removed. That's real humility and real honesty. I'm qualified because I'm serving the servant of the servant of the servant. So we are on Matabhumi. And when we know these devas and devis by first name and recite their mantras, they become persons to us, not objects. So if there's a single thing I would say to all of you, is that because you are personifying this Vedic Vidya, you are doing what is needed. You are being the medicine for Matabhumi right now. And you are being her ambassador. So add her mantra to that. Add mantras and names and add murtis, as I showed you. And if we can do this together, I would say the gift that we can give to the world is agreeing upon certain things in this way and having no dispute. This planet is a person. I'm not a person. This planet is a person. I'm like this planet in some small way. But at the heart, imagine the Jiva Atma who's getting to be Matabhumi. I feel privileged just talking to a few thousand people used properly. So this is what seva is. And seva is the magic word. We don't just need a savior. We need to do seva. That's the secret. So every day, in every minute, in every way, think of how we can cooperate, how we can be of service, and how we can teach by our personal example this great Vedic Vidya that has been given to us. That to me is the ultimate expression of the 8 limbs of yoga. All of your limbs are working for Sri Bhagavan, but they're all in the service of everyone around you. Thank you.
Oh, Shri Guru Pyo Namaha. Thank you so much, Jeffrey G. That's really well explained. And Stephen G, I've got to offer my congratulations to you on the Padma Shri Award that you have won this year. Isn't that just a fantastic testament to the work that you are doing for Sanatan Dharma, be that on a personal level and then amplifying that on a global level? We are all so proud of you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very grateful for it, and it was very unexpected. In fact, I was thinking that, I'm getting older. I can't do as much as I used to do. I can't travel as much and stuff like that. I'm getting all washed up. I mean, what else is I'm supposed to do? Then all of a sudden I get the Padma Shri Award and everything gets cranked up to a whole nother level. So never think that you're out of it before your time has come, I guess, or just be open to the opportunities that you may not even know are there. And that's what happens to me on my spiritual path, is that so many opportunities that I didn't even know were there open up to allow me to relate to people, talk to people, and write and connect with people that I never even knew would take place. So it's an amazing series of events. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're not a cranked up old guy. You're an immortal being getting everyone else excited.
Well, my mind likes to think like that, but sometimes when I'm ready to do something, my body says, you know something, you better think twice about this, So, but anyway, yoga keeps me young, so I keep working on that as much as I can. So
I was going to say, where there's yoga, there's no space for boga.
that's right.
Way of
We
life.
may want some boga, but we got to go back to yoga.
Yes. So, Stephen G, what's your message for us today? Well, International Yoga Day.
Well, first of all, I want to give credit to where credit's due. It's sometimes people forget, the basis and the foundation of yoga and where it actually came from. For example, one time when I was in India, I was reading the paper, and this is a true story. And there was a girl, the whole article was about there was a girl in Delhi, a wealthy girl, Indian, of course, who was saving up her money so she could find the best yoga teacher available in California. So I'm going like, wait a minute. She's in Delhi. She's looking to find the best yoga teacher in California. Well, hey, I don't think California invented yoga or gave us the tradition of Vedic culture. So she could have saved a lot of money by looking in her own backyard, so to speak, by looking for the yoga teacher in India. Because quite honestly, she may not know this, but there's many people in California who are also saving their money so they can find the best yoga teachers in India. So we need to get this in the proper perspective. So I thought this was, even though I have to admit, I've heard the saying, and I don't know if this is true, but I've heard the saying that there's more people who practice yoga in California than in all of India. I really feel like, wait a minute, we got to reconsider this. But India and Vedic culture are the gifts that have given humanity and the cultures that have given humanity these gifts like yoga and meditation. And we need to recognize that. So one thing I want to mention is that the development of civilization which means the upliftment of consciousness in society, should not be a fight or a competition between parties or groups, but they should be a united endeavor for the improvement and continued means to reach our full potential for one and all, both materially and spiritually. This has always been the goal and motivation and purpose of Vedic culture or Vedic Dharma, of which the homeland, of course, is ancient India. So we need to recognize that. And I always, confer the credit to the great rishis of India, the great sages who wrote it down, gave it to us, and basically protected it, preserved it, and then promoted it for the perpetuation of it. That's one of my four words that I use on a regular basis, is that we, in order to maintain this culture, we have to work to, first of all, protect it. Then we have to preserve it, which means make it accessible to other people in a way they can understand and apply it. And then we have to promote it. We have to let other people know what good and what benefits can be derived from this culture. And then, of course, we have to make sure, by doing those three things anyway, we have to make sure it's perpetuated into the future. So this is one of my, I guess you could say, motivations in trying to help preserve and protect Vedic culture and present it in a way that people can apply it. Because even in my writing, I learned a long time ago that if you write in a way or explain things in a way where people don't understand it, then they'll never remember it. And if they can't remember it, they'll never apply it to their lives. And if they can't apply it to their lives, then basically we have missed our mark in being able to describe it and present it in an applicable manner, a practical manner, by which people can benefit from what we are practicing on a daily basis. So this is one of the things that I feel that everybody should understand and work towards. And yoga, there's so many benefits that come from yoga, whether it's health, whether it's mental equilibrium, whether it's intellectual development, and of course, our spiritual development, all comes from yoga. It's based on that. And that's why it's integrated, it's holistic, and it goes on from the yamas and niyamas, what to do, what not to do, things like that, and then up to hatha yoga, and which is basically a means to balance the energies in our body. Ha means usually the solar energies, Agni, within us, and ta means there are mental energies, which is associated with the moon, and hata together means to bring them into balance. And that is to help create what was called a yoga body. A yoga body means the physical structure in which we exist that can handle long periods of meditation. Meditation on the divine, meditation beyond our sense perception, to perceive that which is beyond our sense perception, and to acquire an inner knowing and inner perception that is beyond simply the ability and capability of the senses. So this is one of the things that Hatha Yoga was all about. Then, of course, the asanas, the sitting postures, along with pranayam, control of the breath, and which controls the mind, because as I'm sure all all know that, when you're agitated, when you're angry, when you're frustrated, then the breathing changes. And it's oftentimes quick, shallow breaths. And it can create a continuation of the agitation of the mind. And it indicates that. So sometimes you just have to stop, breathe, take a deep breath, do some pranayam, some yoga exercises like that to calm the mind like that. Even at night, sometimes when I can't sleep, I just say, wait a minute, let me breathe deeply and let me take deep exhalations so I can relax. And then usually I go to sleep fairly soon after that. So it can affect you in many different ways, and it can be used in many different ways. So then from there it goes to dharana, which is concentration, dhyana, which is the flowing type of meditation on whatever it is the object of your meditation is. And then a samadhi, which is the complete absorption in the eternal awareness, which is the goal, the ultimate goal of yoga itself. But however, like I'm a practitioner of Bhakti Yoga, deep practitioner of Bhakti Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga, of course, is the yoga of love and devotion because there's no stronger connection with something than through love. And as we especially develop our love towards the Supreme, it expands so that we develop a love for all of his energies, whether it's Mother Bhumi, whether it's the animals, plants, the whole environment. And of course our fellow living entities, our fellow humans in particular, so that we can understand and recognize them as parts of the divine and parts of our loving relationship with the divine. But even in Bhakti Yoga and other forms of yoga, we interact and we exchange the different levels of yoga systems that can help us. For example, in Bhakti Yoga, we also again engage in Jnana Yoga, because in Jnana Yoga, we study the Bhagavad Gita, as Jeffrey has done, or the Bhagavad Purana. And with that, we understand the deeper meanings of the knowledge within it, which can then help us understand what is reality and what is illusion and move on from there. So that's also incorporated into the process of, say, like Bhakti Yoga or even Astanga Yoga. But then there's also Karma Yoga, where we aim our activities towards a particular goal, a particular point of reference, which is basically to try to satisfy the divine within us and in the Supreme Being, so that actually we rise above the desire to simply satisfy ourselves, which is a source of karma. Karma means that which is used in the development of ourselves, whether mentally, physically, or whatever. So by engaging in Bhakti Yoga, then Karma Yoga is also utilized because we engage our activities for a higher purpose, higher reason like that. So then plus yoga or even Hatha Yoga, if can be used because in Bhakti Yoga, we also use mantra yoga, where we sit down and we chant japa. But sometimes using some pranayam beforehand and a little hatha yoga beforehand helps satisfy and still the mind so that we can more easily absorb ourselves into the vibration of the mantra or the meaning of the mantra. So we get more out of it that way by combining the different other yoga processes within the system that we use for that. So then there's in dealing with Hatha Yoga, which also deals with the chakras and the nadis. It also is very closely related with Ayurveda, because one of the principles of Ayurveda is to make adjustments so that there's no blockages in the energies flowing within the body, within the system, both physically and subtly. So with Ayurveda, we understand maybe how to adjust things in a way, whether it's through diet or exercise or taking of herbs and medicines like that, so that we can cut back on any blockages that may take place, which then develop into further disease or more difficulties. Because this is the whole process of Vedic culture, is to reach our highest potential, both materially and spiritually. So this is one of the processes of Ayurveda. But then, as Jeffrey G. and David Frawley all are both experts in Jyotish, Jyotish also can confer insights into our condition, whether it be mentally, intellectually, physically, or even economically, maybe where would be best to be geographically. So many things like that that can be used in a practical manner to make our lives better, more efficient, and not just materially, but also spiritually. So Ayurveda can help us in that, and combine that with Jyotish, then it also enhances our condition, our living condition, and our ability to reach our highest potential even better than before. Along with that goes with astrological gemology. Many people like to wear jewelry, but we have to understand, and this is the only tradition that I have found which actually explains that there's a purpose behind this. Because many stones, many gems, many jewels, they emit a light, a type of color, and a type of vibration, which can, when assessed astrologically, can assist you in overcoming different defects, different obstacles that may be coming your way, different problems that may be coming your way. I mean, I know in America there's a saying that, you know, a diamond is a woman's best friend, but maybe not exactly. Maybe if it's not astrologically analyzed, a diamond can create more problems than it's worth. And there has been those instances where a woman was wearing a diamond. She was going through different difficulties and stuff like that, maybe even with her partner that didn't work out so well. And she took the diamond off and everything just kind of changed. Her mentality changed, her disposition changed, the way she related with people changed. So all these things are possible. Or you might need to wear, like, say, a yellow sapphire, which also can help you in certain ways. According to your Jyotish analysis, your Ayurvedic analysis, so that you can utilize this to, once again, reach your highest potential as easily as possible. Of course, this is similar to the Vastu Shastri, which analyzes the energy flowing in your residence. This is another tool of Vedic culture. So it analyzes the, just like Ayurveda analyzes and helps continue a smooth flow of energy within you physically, Vastu Shastri also does the same thing in making sure that there's a decent and smooth flow of energy around you in the space where you dwell, or maybe even in your office space. I've heard where some companies, they like to have their offices analyzed with Vastu Shastri because it makes the people work better. It helps them become more, say, productive. Or here's another example, that in Germany there was a man who was establishing a institute in a big house that he had in Germany. And he was interested in Vedic culture and he wanted to establish a Vedic institute. And his wife was pregnant at the time, but she was undergoing some really difficult times with her pregnancy. And there was concern that it may not work out. So he did a history look back and found out that this had been an ongoing problem in previous generations of the residences in this house. They had all had difficult pregnancies. So he analyzed it with Vastu Shastri and found out that the doorway in the house was in a completely wrong situation, a wrong placement. So he basically boarded up the doorway completely and established another whole new doorway, front door, in the side of his house, which changed dramatically the way the energy flowed within the house itself. And as he did this, suddenly 6 weeks later, they went to the doctor again and found out whatever problems his wife was having with her pregnancy was gone. It had been relieved. So this is one of the aspects of another tool from the Vedic tradition, which helps us analyze our life in a way where we can make adjustments so that we can, once again, reach our highest potential, both spiritually and materially, to the best of our ability. So these are all the different ways that Vedic culture is integrated, it's holistic, it benefits us in many ways that you can see other cultures themselves simply do not have or have not established these kinds of tools anywhere else. So we simply, again, once again have to thank the great rishis who gave us this information. We have to thank Vedic culture for preserving and protecting it and allowing us access to this knowledge that we have today. And for that, I once again want to thank all the people on this panel that are also similarly trying to recommend, highlight, and extend this knowledge to as many people as possible, because I think that, once again, we have to give credit where credit is due. And the more people who take advantage of yoga, I think the better world it will be, both materially and spiritually, as I keep saying. So this is one of the things we have to do. We have to protect, preserve, promote, and perpetuate the Vedic tradition as much as possible. And I think in that way, many people will have access to this information that will enhance their lives, make it better, make it easier, resolve many of the problems that we have today. And of course, the more we become spiritually inclined, the more spiritually we develop our insights, I think the more likely there will be peace in the world. Because unfortunately, many of the people in the world just want to live a peaceful life. But we're being basically, you could say, abruptly distracted by the decisions that many of these leaders are making in this world today. But sometimes the people, as a society, have to come forward and say, this is a way we can become more independent. This is a way we can establish peace for ourselves individually, because as we establish peace within ourselves individually, it affects the whole society. And as it affects the whole society, it goes around the world, quite honestly, so that we can change things. So we have to start with our own sphere of influence. And by having panels like this, that sphere of influence becomes greatly amplified. We reach more and more people all the time, which I think in this case is the need of the hour, if you don't mind me saying so. So anyway, I can congratulate everybody that's on this panel. I'm very happy to be a part of it. And once again, I hope that we can all continue to work together. Changing the world is not a one-man operation, I can tell you that. So, and the more people that come together, the more force, the more power there is behind the endeavor. And fortunately, I feel myself being a part of the Vedic tradition and being a disciple of His Holiness the A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada has allowed me to come into contact with some of the best people I could have ever met, and some of the best people on the planet, quite honestly. So I'm very grateful for that as well. And as I get older, I can only look back and, thank Krishna for that matter, that I've been able to do what I've been able to do, but also come in contact with many of the people that I've come in contact with. So I thank you all very much. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna, Stephen G. What a fantastic talk. And it keeps reminding me of one word, and that one word is tapas. The more we practice tapas, the deeper we can actually go within ourselves, the deeper we are towards self-realization and self-actualization, which is the goal, as I see it, of Yuj, the coming together of the Atman with the Paramatma in yoga. And once again, a massive congratulations on your Padma Shri award. That's a beautiful
Thank
picture
you.
of Rupati Momo. And it goes to show the tenacity with which you have helped to propagate yoga, with which you have helped to propagate Sanatan Dharma. Are there any final words that you would like to leave our audience with?
Well, I'll let you know that you might see this. I'm wearing my yoga shirt today for International Yoga Day. So I felt like, okay, I'm going to wear my yoga shirt today. That way I'll be ready for anything.
And you sure as hell are. Jeffrey
Well,
G.
thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Stephen, it's so joyful to hear you. And when I heard the 4 Ps, I had to add one. I think you'll enjoy it because you do. Protect, preserve, promote, perpetuate. And thank you, Stephen, for personifying.
Oh, well, thank you. I never thought of that one, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
The depths of your practice, Stephen G.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. And it brings me on to our next speaker. And I'd like to say a global namaste to Umberto. And I would like to call on Jeffrey G to do the introduction. Why? Because Jeffrey G is one of the teachers that Umberto has had over the time that he's been practicing over the last 25 years. And I would prefer for him to do the introduction.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for bringing me into this path, to this path of light that I'm teaching today. I'm so honored to be in this panel of wonderful teachers. I feel a baby in front of such a great people surrounding me. Thank you, Sandy, because you are a very fantastic woman that helped Jeffrey in realizing a lot of work and bringing the knowledge to a lot of people all around the world. Thank you.
Umberto, it's wonderful to see you. I'd love to do the introduction if you don't mind, Jeffrey, because Umberto, we met Umberto in Vancouver. My goodness, it must be 12 years ago, maybe more. How long,
No,
Umberto?
was in 2003.
2000. Okay, so there you go. That's how long, 20 years ago.
Sandy,
And
Sandy, before you introduce Umberto, can you increase your output volume, please? Umberto, if you could increase your output microphone volume or come near the instrument. Your sound is a bit low over here. Sandy, yours is perfect. Go ahead and introduce over
I'm
to you.
okay. All right. All right. So we met Umberto around 20 years ago. He came as a student to a yoga class in Vancouver and very enthusiastically and stepped in and started doing seva. And he was one of the first people who encouraged Jeffrey to start working on the Bhagavad Gita. So that's how long ago that started. And in those days, we were teaching the Ultimate Relationship Seminar. And I think you also helped with some translations on that part. He subsequently moved to Italy and opened a yoga studio there, following in the lineage, and has been very successful there. And we stay in touch remotely on Zoom and Facebook and what have you. We've been following your career, Umberto, and it's with great pleasure that we recommended you to speak on this forum. And we look forward to hearing what you have to say. It's wonderful to see how you have inspired so many people in Italy and continue to do so. And we, every now and again, I know you come to Vancouver in the summer, and we look forward to seeing you the next time you come. So welcome, Umberto Assandri from Italy.
Thank you. I'm planning to come to Vancouver actually in August. So
Wonderful.
I will see you there live finally. And it's been 3 years since I've been to Vancouver, and because I've been working a lot in this continent, So yeah, today I want to talk about the importance of yoga in the human evolution. For me, yoga is an evolution program towards mastering ourself, mastering our emotion, mastering our path towards liberation. Vyasa used to say in the Mahabharata, says, yoga is samadhi. Today, yoga has become a mainstream kind of activity. There is yoga everywhere, but not many people embrace yoga as should be embraced, because yoga is a process of evolution, and so is a process of understanding our emotion. So yoga is relating to become master of our emotional battlefield. In the Kurukshetra yoga, well, I met yoga in 1976 when I was in Amsterdam. Actually, I already practiced yoga, but I used to practice Hatha yoga. And I thought Hatha yoga was the yoga to practice, because I knew my body, but I didn't know very well my inside. Then I found a guy in the street and said, "Hey, do you want this book?" And I said, "Which book is this?" I said, "Bhagavad Gita." I said, "Bhagavad Gita. This is not a yoga book." I said, He said, "No, this is the yoga book." I said, "Wow." But there are no picture of posture in this book. There is a picture of an old man, there a picture of this guy with the blue skin. And then he said to me, "Come to the temple." So I went to the temple, and at the time I didn't speak English very well, so I used to speak French. And so I got, interested, and I started to understand that yoga was more than just few posture, was something that means the posture of your soul, the posture of your soul towards God, and so the discovery of that brought me light, brought me understanding that it was not something just physical. Those days, I hear people say, "Hey, I went to this class of facial yoga, that rejuvenate yourself." And I said, "Wow, yoga, this word yoga now is used, very with no appropriate, meaning. Yoga is something to do with our evolution, with our emotional intelligence. And then our thoughts are the one that are blocking us towards getting the true channel. And so the Yoga Sutra, everybody study or read the Yoga Sutra. Not very many people make into practice what is inside the Yoga Sutra, And people forget that in the 8 rules of yoga, the 4 pillars are yama and niyama. If we don't practice yama and niyama, all the rest will be difficult to do. How can you do Vrikshasana posture if your mind is not balanced? You will fall, And how can you meditate or even, concentrate dharana if you are not, in a good mood? If you, you've been practicing no moderation, if you haven't been a brahmacharya, how can you stay there, concentrate, and go into the state of yoga? Going into the state of yoga is fighting the demons that are inside yourself, the demons that all the great master in the universe have been fought to become something, from Christ, from Buddha, and to other saints in the world, from any kind of culture. To reach alignment, they needed to fight the evil inside, their ghost, these ghosts that are circulating inside us. So if we want to make a better world, we have to master yoga, but we have to master yoga in their pillars, yama, niyama, start to love ourselves. Because if we don't love ourselves, how can we teach love to others, So we have to, and then is not a simple path. Yoga was born thousands and thousands of years ago, and probably by a very sophisticated culture, because yoga is very sophisticated. Was the base of modern psychology, was the base of a lot of discovery. And yoga still play a big role in many universities all around the world. People are thinking, are experimenting the benefit of meditation. But you can meditate only if you are mastering your mind, are mastering your breathing. In fact, the Yoga Sutra start in the second chapter, Chitta Vritti Nirodha, Tada, Dastru, Swarupa, Avashtanam. Is there that we can find that peace in our mind, but to find the peace from the fluctuation, the vrittis, we have to control our mind. We have to work in our vairagya, in our attachments. You know, we have to work in our attachments. Attachment cause suffering. Attachment cause wars. Attachment create disorder. Now we are living in a time of great disorders all around the world. We have got leaders that are just, you know, in the wrong side of the Dharma, that are causing suffering to millions and millions of people all around the world. And so it's our duty to bring yoga to every corner of the world. So, and we are lucky because today with modern technology, we have spread this knowledge from US to Italy, from India to China, and everywhere are talking about yoga. And there are 500 million people practicing yoga today all around the world. So has become a trend, and people just come to my school to become teachers, and they think, wow, it's only to do with asana. But the first thing that I teach them is the Vedic culture. They have to understand where yoga has come from, that yoga is just one small book of a vast library. And this book, however, this small book has got so much to teach us, and this vast library is connected in a math, in a network, you know, in a network of information, in the first internet in the world, you know, that is the Vedic knowledge, because Ayurveda is connected with Jyotish. Jyotish is connected with yoga. Yoga is connected with Vastu. So everything is connecting one to the other. All these rooms are rooms that are interconnected, that can teach us a new way. And so my dream will be to bring yoga in every institution in the world, to bring this knowledge to all people, schools, prisons, hospitals, and everybody should know how to manage these tools, because yoga is a tool. Yoga is an advanced app that help people to reach better states. You know, if we really practice the yama and yama, then we will be able really to be flexible with our body, really to stand in one feet and to do whatever we want, because we will go over, we will celebrate tapas, tapasya, we will celebrate that Agni, that fire that is inside us. We will celebrate love, we will celebrate unity. We are a small planet in a vast Brahma, you know. We are just that. What is marvelous, what is just miraculous, that each us is just a part of this great intelligence. You know, imagine all this knowledge that we have, and we can share. You know, what beauty will bring to everyone. You know, and so I'm so grateful to all this teacher to Jeffrey, to Sandy, to David Froley, and to the rest, for the beauty that they are giving to humanity. Humanity needs this. And the fact that a lot of people ask me, wow, why a lot of women are practicing yoga more than men? Because women are the ones that are going to raise the child and the new children of the future. They will have been exposed to the yoga through their mothers. And they will have, in the future, we will see an explosion of people living in the knowledge. This is my prediction. This is how I think will turn the situation in the future. And now we are just suffering pain of war and pain of any kinds for our ignorance. We are destroying our bhumi, our planet, our pearl in this vast ocean of beauty. And so in this vast ocean of beauty, we can bring a new generation of humankind in the near future, when these people will be 20, 30, the next generation will have been raised by mothers that have been practicing, have been exposed to yoga, and they expose their children. In fact, here in this yoga studio, I've got also yoga classes for children, because it's important to have them. They're going to be the one that they will change, and they will be probably more aware of what's going on. So we want peace. We want renaissance. We want Vedic renaissance in each art, in each soul, in each jiva, atma, so that everyone can share this knowledge. And so they share the words of Krishna to Arjuna, because yoga wasn't born in a comfortable place. It was born in the Kurukshetra. It was a field of emotion, the emotional field, where Arjuna needed Krishna, as we need Krishna, as everybody need a mentor, everybody needs a guru, everybody needs somebody that can give that torch of light and can spread this knowledge all around them. So it's been a long process for me, yoga, because I learned yoga in the battlefield of life, in the Kurukshetra, through my emotion, and found really that all kind of yoga, all the tools of yoga, like bhakti, like ashtanga, like jnana yoga, karma yoga, they all played a significant role in my life. And so living in that balance, living in that tantra balance between the forces is just where we have to go to make, because now the planet is suffering very much today, and we are suffering too. Today in Italy, where I'm living, is just yesterday start the summer, but already was 10 days the temperature went up to 32 degrees Celsius, and 32, 34 degrees Celsius like we have today, we used to have them in August when I was a child. During this time was 22, 24 degrees. Now we are 34, 36 in June. I don't know what will happen in August. We have to worry about it, because eventually we will come back to this planet with a new suit, a new body. And so we will, perhaps not all of us will come back, but perhaps a lot of people will come back to clean up the mess that they've made. So it's better to start to clean up the mess now.
Umberto, that is a fantastic session. I think you've touched on so many things, such as transforming your emotions, going from the dark sides of us, the subconscious mind, towards the more conscious mind, and to start to bring a light into our daily lives, into our daily actions. You're also a Vedic scholar in your own right, and you've also got your own practice in Italy. So how can people find out more about you?
My practice in Italy, well, when I started, well, I started a long time ago my practice, you know, as I told you, I started in Amsterdam. Well, actually, before Amsterdam, I started in Italy. I was 14 years old. I got this Hatha Yoga book, you know, and then I became interested in this practice. And in going on, when I was 16, I was in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, I met the Hare Krishna movement over there, where I got my first knowledge in the Veda and in the Bhakti Yoga. And then I moved to London. And in London, I was reading my diary from London, and there I was 20. I start college, I start computer science, and I was practicing yoga. You know, I was reading every day that I was practicing my meditation, my stuff, but you know.
So that's fantastic. So you practice what it is that you preach, and that actually shows through in your practice of since you were younger, and you've been carrying certain principles of yoga throughout your life to make you who you are now in the best form and in the best possible character that you can show. So it's beautiful to see the dynamics and the journey that you've had along the way. I also understand that you're a part of the Namaskar organization. How can people find out more about the organization?
Well, Namaskar is an organization that I founded here in Savona, and so people come over because we by word of mouth, because after all people talk about Namaskar around us, and then we have connection in internet. There is a website that's called associazionenamaskar.com. Then there is my profile, that is umbertoassandi.com, where there is a lot of articles that I wrote and some Jeffries interview that I did a long time ago, because one of my past life, I was a journalist, so you know, I used to write and do consulting, journalist consulting. So people, when I arrive here, they just feel fascinated, because there is a lot of ignorance in the Vedic culture. And one day, last night, for the Yoga Day, for example, the Yoga Day, we organized the Yoga Day with the Hinduist Union of Italy, that they've got one of the biggest temple in Europe, biggest ashram. They've got a couple of temples inside. It's a very big area. I don't know if every one of you ever come visit this reality that is not very far from where I live. You know, it's 20 kilometers from where I live, inside the forest, and we are friends, of course, you know, and they always ask me to be part of the celebration that I started, actually. I started this Yoga Day in 2014. I was the first one in all my region. And
Fantastic. So what did you do for Yoga Day this year? How did you celebrate?
This year we celebrated at this fortress, this huge fortress that was built by the Genoese in the 500, 600 years ago, and this fortress now is a place of peace, and we had a different yoga practice going on, and then we had chanting, kirtans, and talks by different personalities. So it was a great event attended by a lot of people. Yeah.
Fantastic. So I think it just goes to show the influence of yoga, where it's spread from Bharat and it's had a yoga renaissance within the West. And we can see that the West now is starting to come up higher and spreading that influence, which is remarkable in itself. And I think Yoga Day, ever since 2014, and Narendra Modi's introduced it in 2014, we can see the influence that it's had, and more people are beginning to come to yoga for the many benefits that it offers and that we've actually discussed today on the panel. Neil
Yeah.
Kumar, your thoughts, please.
Sorry?
Wonderful. Thank you, Riddhi, and thank you for putting all the schedule up. Amrita, thank you very much. Shortly, we'll be visiting to Croatia, where Healing Our Earth, together with the local embassy, started the first IYD in Lombarda, where our coordinator, Alexandra Horwood, who is there, actually initiated all the process. So shortly we'll be going there. Sandy, Jeffrey, you both know Umberto quite well, and his contribution together with Stephen over here. Your last thoughts, let's go one by one and give some tips to the humanity in this time of war, and particularly to those who perished from the flight that left from Ahmedabad to India. In just 34 seconds, their life was switched off. Jeffrey, let's go with your Ashirwad first, and blessings, and also peace and a message to the world.
In my work on the Bhagavad Gita, there was a consequence that I hadn't exactly counted upon, though I knew of it. It was personal association. It was being so attentive that I could hear what Bhagavan Sri Krishna was saying. And it became a long-term connection, which made me think that what Krishna was really offering us in the Bhagavad Gita, aside from perspective, is friendship. At this point in our world, you only have to look around a little bit to see the need for this mood of friendship based upon the well-being of all living entities on the planet. And for that, our association with the Devas and Devis, as well as our ultimate connection with Sri Bhagavan, turn us into an ambassador, which I, because I'm a poet, call it a rambassador. We're ambassadors for Ram and Sita. We're the monkey who's reformed and now looks like a monkey but isn't, is in the seva of Ram and Sita. I would like to say to everyone, view yourself as an ambassador of the Vedic Vidya, of a person who doesn't try to convert others, but rather sets an example for others. Yad yad acharati shreshtas, tatad eve taro janaha, sayat pramanam kurute, lokas tad anuvartate. All the world follows the example of an acharya. It is a time in history when we need to be the acharya first and foremost, so that people have a different experience. And then gradually, as they inquire from us, what is the basis of our reality? Then the personification of the supreme and ultimate being, which is what the user's manual, the Bhagavad Gita, is really all about, gives everyone back their personhood with dignity and doesn't tell them what to do, but shows them how to be. So it doesn't become like this. It becomes like this, and it's in the imitating of and becoming like. So becoming the same as is samadhi. If in everything we do, we can be the best friend of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, then we will turn to Bhagavan Sri Krishna for advice in every difficult situation. And we will vibrate what keeps us in touch. We have the phone number, the direct dial. And this is what the great acharyas have given us. At this historical moment, we have all come back for an opportunity. And that opportunity is to be best friends with Sri Bhagavan and to personify that in all that we do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and be here with you. It's a great joy and honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey Armstrong. Simple message. You don't have to convert people. You don't have to force your views on people. Just be the ambassador and share your knowledge. Those who would like to take it will take it and improve their life. Those who don't may come back and improve their life. Thank you, Jeffrey. And Umberto, from you, because we also beam live on social media to different countries, including Italy. So can you thank all the people who speak Italian, maybe thank them for connecting to Healing Our Earth and being part of this yoga episode. If you could say it in Italian, please. Thank you.
All right. Vorrei ringraziare tutti per essere intervenuti a questa grande satsang da tutti questi grandi insegnanti. Sono veramente grato se vi siete collegati e vi stringo nel mio cuore. Namaskar.
Thank you. That was wonderful. It was sound almost in rhythm, like how the Italians do that as well. So that was so wonderful. Stephen, wonderful award that you had from the President of India. And as you said, you thought you were old, but your life has just begun because you've embraced simplicity of the life. One last message to bring peace on this unity for the earth, which is going through very war-like situation and terrible situation everywhere. One simple message from you, Stephen. Over to you.
Well, one thing about, our consideration for those people that recently died in any accidents of any kind. When we give ourselves, our spiritual selves, to praying for them or chanting mantras for them, oftentimes they can still receive that. And they can receive that as a direction as to what to do, where to go, and how to conduct themselves after they've left their body. Some people are not ready to leave their body. Some people are not prepared for it. Yoga is a system by which we practically prepare our whole lives for this final test. But death itself is nothing more than a portal to their next step of our destiny. So in that regard, there's two sayings I want to convey. One saying is, live full, but die empty. And what does that mean? You live a full life of learning as much as you can, but you give whatever knowledge you have to others as much as possible so that you don't take any secrets with you. And the other one is live as if tomorrow might be your last day, or even today might be your last day, but learn as if there is forever. Don't stop learning. Don't stop continuing to try to develop yourself, and but be prepared and utilize that in the best way possible, which is not only helping humanity, but helping yourself for entering that portal, which takes you to the next step of your destiny, which is the final transition in one particular lifetime. So if we can do that, then not only will we help ourselves move forward and continually developing ourselves, but also help others as much as possible before we leave this world. And hopefully we leave it in a better place, a better condition, a better shape than what we found it. So if we can do that, then basically that's, practically speaking, utilizing whatever you have in the best way possible. So like I say, thank you for everybody. Everybody I know is working in this regard. So thank you for helping us spread that sphere of influence, and all glories to the great rishis, great spiritual masters, and all glories to Lord Krishna. Thank you very much.
Another powerful message from Stephen. If you were listening, it was very simple. The time to start living is now, not the next hour, not the next night, not the next morning, not the tomorrow. Right now, start living fuller. On the last breath, you can go empty and you'll be very light, and don't be scared of leaving the earth, of your body, because your soul may be entering a very beautiful moment. Stephen, what a wonderful message that you have delivered. So remember, start living now. If you love somebody, don't wait for tomorrow to tell them. They can be your siblings, your parents, your offsprings, your friends, your community. Now is the time. As soon as this session finishes today, just spread your love to everybody you love and make a phone call, make a text, make a WhatsApp message, make a messenger message. Sandy, you've been part of Journey with Jeffrey for a long time, and you're part of VASA as well. Unmute yourself, and what simple message would you like to give to the society in the current time?
Well, all of the above that these lovely gentlemen have said are all valuable tools, but I'm a very pragmatic girl, so do all what they said, and at the end of the day, I like to think the world is always going to be in chaos, and you have the responsibility to manage your own bubble. So clean your own bubble at the end of the day and start the day fresh. Try to manage my life like that. We all have chaos and people's messes around us, but before you criticize somebody else, clean your own heart first.
So simple message. Before you criticize others, look within yourself. You might be reflecting your own image because you are criticizing others. Clean yourself, and the cleaner you will attract everybody very well. Sandy, very well said. Let's go to another wisdom person who is our Tai Chi and a Qigong expert here at Healing Our Earth. He has got enough wisdom. He has gone more than 85 years on this earth. Keith, what wisdom would you like to share to people so they can find the world more peaceful?
Hello, Wednesday. Having been involved in many areas of conflict through years, not as a participant, but as a viewer, I'd just like to say that the challenges that we have regarding healing our earth through various modalities and practices is that I'm so delighted to be part of this team, and what we're trying to do across the world is fantastic. So to all the contributors, I'd just like to say I've only popped in for a few moments because my event this afternoon, it finished a little bit earlier, so I got home for a few minutes. So I thought I'd say hello to everybody and good luck to everybody. And
thank you.
We are so devoted, and working together in collaboration, partnership is so important. And I cannot get to Croatia, even though I keep getting these messages on the beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. So message from Keith is simple. Let's unite. Let's keep on sharing messages with each other. It is quite important. So it's so useful. Let's take a message from the president of the Hindu Forum of Europe, who is passing on the torch pretty soon to somebody, Lakshmi Vyas. Lakshmi Vyasji, your message in this time of the world where people need some peace, sukoon, and mind meditation where they can be calm and make proper decision.
Namaste to all of you. Yes, we are going
going through a little difficult time the last 2 weeks. One thing is because of the aircraft which massacred around 224 persons at one stroke. That has given us a shock, and it's very difficult to come out of it. And at the same time, there's one person who was alive, and he's getting treatment in the UK hospital, and he's talking a lot now. But in spite of that, I'm not able to get out of this situation very soon. So I have been attending a lot of condolence meetings all the time, talking about this, and it is never ending. Even today, this morning, I had gone out to talk about it. So once again, I pray for all those people who have passed away, and please give strength to their relatives and kids and kin, advice, as well as their courage to go ahead in life. Thank you. At the same time, I would also like to say this is the yoga day, and yoga. I specialize in Iyengar yoga. I've done it for 20 years under Iyengar himself, Iyengar Guruji himself, and he was very strict. He's extremely strict. He was. I mean, if you have to be straight, it has to be straight. It cannot be anything else. And if you sometimes he also gives you a little tap, when you're not doing it properly. But what a teacher he was. He has given us such excellent way of doing yoga that I continue to do it today at home only. I mean every day at home. At the same time, it keeps me in good health, and I don't take any medicines or anything like that, touch wood. And I hope any type of yoga is good enough. So continue to do yoga. It does help you to be healthy, intelligent, as well as very, very, free. So these are some of the things I wanted to mention. At the same time, I also would like to mention the yoga day. My teacher was Iyengar yoga, that is Iyengar ji, and he used to wear just a very clothing, small clothings, and used to come and teach us. But he used, and I have to appreciate him, the way he taught us. It is live. Even today, it is live in me. So I just want to pass this message. There's no one like my teacher, Guruji Iyengar. And I would like to give all my praises and my pranams to Iyengar ji today on the, is the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. So she mentioned about the people who perished in that flight. It was actually more than 280 people and still counting. This is where Stephen's messages come, that start living now, because in 38 seconds, their life was switched off. I mean, never in the history, so many people that fast perished. Even in Titanic, there were more people, but it took a lot of time to sink. Instantly, you were gone. And what a powerful message we've got. Our Umbrato, thank everybody in Italian. Jeffrey brought a message. Personification is what the word Jeffrey used. Attributing life to inanimate object. What a powerful word to use there, Jeffrey. Thank you for bringing that over there. Sandy, again, very simple message. Clean your heart. Before you judge others, judge yourself. So if you could judge yourself first, you might not make the mistake to judge others. Lakshmi Vyas mentioned about B.K. Iyengar, who she has been trained under. So it's so beautiful. Really, before we go to Amrita and Alexandra, What message would you like to deliver in what you have captured in life?
Global Namaste all. I think it's beautiful that the speakers that have gone before me have summed this up beautifully. And there's so many different takeaways there. I don't know what I would possibly add. The thing that's actually stuck out the most is a familiar proverb that says, the graveyard is the richest place on earth. And why is that? Because a lot of the times we're not sharing our gifts with the world. And the world deserves better. Because when that situation does happen, as in the plane crash, that's when the lights switch on and we can see just how much work is actually going on behind the scenes, but also the hearts and condolences are with the family. Because a lot of the times there's been unexpressed conversations, there's been things that have not been said, there's been things that have not been expressed. And as a result, there's a sense of a regret, or there's a sense of a sadness, or there's a sense of a fear. And it comes back to Umberto's message earlier. Transform your emotions. Start small and transform them day by day, whether that be through breathing, pranayama, whether that be through meditation. Sit with your fears, go deep into them, unlock them, and then change them.
Riddhi, what a powerful message. Riddhi also pressed back again on the flight that if you had left saying few things to people, then what a sad case that you were switched off. So don't leave the message lying about. You love your parent, you love your offspring, you love your siblings. Say it now, send a message now, even while you are listening to me, because we may not be here next few seconds. It could be, because nothing to be fearful, because if you were born, then you have to depart with your soul always being there, but the body is a temporary, a borrowed or a loaned instrument, which is where you are saying. Anukul, you've been listening patiently and you made a note. What is your 1 or 2 minute message to the society so they can bring some sort of calmness in their mind?
What a wonderful set of messages we had over here. One of the things I see amongst many of my patients, the fear of death and the fear of things going terribly wrong. They just need a little bit of conversation to tell them there's nothing seriously wrong. It is just a part of some illnesses and things which can be easily corrected. But what is still more important is they die 100 times each day just because of fear that they will lose everything. Uh, and this particular idea is that you have to live your life, and that's about that you need to do. Everything else gets sorted. So one of the yoginis who did a prayer for us after the aircraft crash did something very interesting. She said, well, they had suffered for a short period of time, but then they have gone. They're in complete peace. So whatever had happened has happened. They are in peace now. But they have left many people with a lot of fear in their mind and a lot of fear. We are basically have to be with them to make sure that they are with their concerns. And lastly, I think I must say that I have, coming from the Gaudiya Brahmin system, Parampara, and the Jiva Goswami lineage, one of the things that I find that no matter what type of yoga you do, you might do Gyan Yoga, you might do Hatha Yoga, you do Karma Yoga, whatever it is, ultimately, when done with appropriate sadhana, you have what we call the typical Bhakti Yoga, actually. The Bhakti Yoga, I believe, is the final goal, because once done with sadhana, whatever work you do, it becomes Bhakti. It is devoted to the Almighty, the Brahman.
Wow, Anukul, what a message. Anukul is saying simple things. Sometimes we are fearful of death, or we are fearful of losing this, that, or the other, which brings stress. So we are unnecessarily worried or stressing ourselves. And then when it doesn't happen, we are stressed because it didn't happen. Or when it happens, we are stressed then. So why stress now? Find a solution. Remember, we always say, I've got a problem in life. I say, you've got an opportunity to find a solution. So it's a way of thinking and you will be happier. So let's take a quick comment from Lata, and then we move to Croatia, where Healing Our Earth and the Indian Embassy through our Alexandria did the IYD. Lata, your quick comment of what you have observed and what will you practice from now?
Good evening and global namaste to everyone. Today was a very exceptional and rich session. The knowledge was very in-depth and very coherent with all the speakers. Coherence with each other. I love the fact that one of the guests had the Padma Bhushan Award. So that was great. And also the wonderful prayers that we were given by, what's her name, in Canada?
Yes, from Jeffrey Armstrong. He's from Canada. Stephen is the one who he's still here beaming with a smile because he brought again a simple message to all of us. Yes, Lata. And Lata,
Yes,
what will
and
you do bit different now? You are not going to stress anymore, are you?
Yeah, that's it, exactly. Why stress? Whatever we do is going to be, an opportunity to either stress or find a solution. So let's use our energy and this precious life each day that we have. It's so, so invaluable each day on this earth. And we should always look upon it as something very precious, not something that, oh, I've got stress and I've got to get through this day. No, it's the opposite. We should use it as a gift and a treasure and see what we're going to do the best with it for the day.
Thank you, Lata. So now it's a perfect time. So Amrita, Riddhi, we're going to move to Croatia and then in 20 minutes or so, we'll go to Sharon, who is going to share. Global Namaste, Sharon, and how are you?
Global Namaste, Neil. How am I? Well, it's mosquito time in Crestone. So for like a month to 6 weeks, we are swarmed with mosquitoes, and it's kind of challenging. And also it's been very hot. The US has been very hot, although it seems like it's going to cool off. But so I'm fine. I'm working very hard. I'm now preparing to put my film, Quantum Chi, into film festivals around the world, and then preparing it for submission for distribution. So I'm working very hard. It's a lot of work, but it's wonderful work. And on the note that you were talking about, the country and the world is really wrapped up in politics, and the pain and the suffering that's going on is horrific. And everybody here, there's so many people who are so divided about things, and they wrap their whole being around their opinion, and they get angry. And so I was talking with my younger sister, and she just kept wanting to go into politics. She kept, and I said to her, listen, I am 76 years old. I don't know how much longer I have left. I could have, like my parents, many years, but I'm going to spend my life doing things to help humanity. I'm not going to be talking about politics. All the way, it's my work. You all know my work brings me great joy. Being with you brings me great joy.
And Sharon,
yes.
Shortly, we want to know about your work because of the movie that's going to come out. And as you said, who knows how many minutes we have got, how many days we have got. Stay around, Sharon. We're going to come back to you. We're going to go to Croatia now, Sharon, and let's welcome Alexandra Horwood, who cool and a calm dudette as she is, got the Lombarda on the scene in Croatia with the first International Yoga Day with the Embassy of India in Croatia. A global namaste to you, Alexandra.
Global namaste, Alexandra. Global namaste, Dr. Amrita, Sharon, Neil, Vidhi, Keith, Lata, everyone. See, Sumita is there, Lakshmi, everybody's there. Yeah, it was the first International Day of Yoga in Lombarda, in a little village on island Korčula in Croatia. We got support from the Indian Embassy, and then also you guys, Healing Our Earth. And yesterday, we had a beautiful full day of activities, starting with opening the heart chakra, opening the heart. And that was really beautiful, because I think that's the key, like also Jeffrey and Sandy were saying, you know, to embody that friendship, to embody what we want to support in this world, not to talk about it, but to really live that. And then also, as Sandy said, also work on your own qualities, lack of qualities. So I really noticed through working on this festival also a lot of that, what could be a cause of many issues also in the world, you know, like even sense of entitlement that I didn't know I had. I really thought, you know, I'm very flexible, tolerant, but at certain moments I was really triggered, and it was good to feel that, because, you know, now I know what, as Neil said, now I have an opportunity to work on that, because it was very hidden, it was very subtle, but it was good. It was really becoming more noticeable how I also got like not friendly when things didn't work my way. And, you know, I lived in Germany for some time, and I just want to have it like be done certain way, and things work here very, very different.
Alexandra,
yeah.
as different as it works, I know I was there with you, so I know how tough it was. It just started literally just end of April. And within May, the embassy was so impressed, they actually, the Indian consular actually visited Alexandra personally. And you might have seen that video on the social media. So in just that short space of time, the IYD Lombarda took place. So Alexandra, next year, even bigger, even better. And you didn't just pursue it amidst walking and climbing up the hill with different departments. You still delivered it, and it was the first time ever. Yesterday, I love the little baby doing yoga. You know, it was so amazing. I mean, can you imagine you are training them? I mean, that's under 5. I think the little girl was under 5.
Yes, that was for me also highlight, absolutely highlight. So they came at 8 a.m. and it's very early for Croatian people, you know, because it's very hot, as Sumberto said, it's really hot. So people sleep in, or because days are like, they can't do anything. But yeah, she arrived and she really listened, and she put her hands on her heart, and it's beautiful, you know, sitting in front of the sea, listening to waves, and then her breath, how she observed it. She really was like completely in the moment, that fourth dimension. Now she was really in now. And then we also kind of stopped. We went on with some other things, but she was still there. We had kind of to get her out of her zen.
You said, Alexandra, you used the right words. She was completely in moment. Even in the picture, it's almost animated. She is so focused. You know, I mean, the acting was that she's about 40 years old and she has got all the brains on the earth, and she was following. So it was so beautiful. And that came from you, because you did this with your heart. That any stumbling block that came, and I know because I was with you, we were communicating about that, and you climbed everything with ease, knowing that your situation was fluid as well, and you delivered it. And now, hey, sky is the limit for you, Alexandra. We are very proud of you, the coordinator of Healing Our Earth at Croatia. Your comments, Riddhi and Amrita, you've been following what she has been doing. Riddhi, you go first, and then Amrita.
Alexandra, it's just been wonderful. It's an absolute treat to have seen your social media over the last month, and how you've literally just blown it all out in a good way, with like lots of different things happening, lots of events happening. You've got speeches from the consulates, you've got literally everything that one would want. And it's beautiful where you can actually see the speeches, but then also the action that's being taken alongside on the beach, where they're practicing and they're putting into practice what it is that they've learned over the time. So it's a wonderful array of specialities here that have come together and that have made it special and that have made it unique. And the best thing is you did it your way.
Yes, Riddhi, I liked it. I did it my way. She did it her way. She actually did it her way because as it was being planned, she just suddenly come and say, Neil, I'm going to go and do this and that. And is this right or is this correct? And we say, okay, let's just tweak it like this. And she did it her way. And she didn't just do it her way with the embassy. She's now in connection with the local mayor. She's in connection with the tourism board. So I think next year or year after, when we do a retreat there for Healing Our Earth, we're gonna have a blast and a picnic and almost like a tour guide, our own very own Alexandra Horwood over there.
Okay, bring it on. Onwards and upwards, Alexandra. You're just amazing.
Bring it on. Another blessing for you, Alexandra. And one of the person who was excited, and while she was busy at her own conference just about 10 days back, which she delivered with flying colors, is our chief admin at Healing Our Earth and a senior anchor, Dr. Amrita Sharma. Amrita, you are following the progress of Alexandra, and we were talking how wonderful it was because you and Alexandra, like Riddhi, as others, are very close.
Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Yeah, Riddhi put it in a very right way, and um, kudos to you, Alexandra. I'm really proud of you. It's really wonderful, to get the essence. And the brilliant part is you've never been to India. You have never touched even the essence of it, but still the aroma of that comes to your heart. You get connected with something which is called as a divine wellness, which brings peace to everyone. It touches your heart. You say, yes, I need to connect this with everyone. And that's what is the glory of your heart. And that's why this blooming phase that we see right now is having all the credits for what you have done, not for yourself, but for people, for humanity, and for your place, which is really very remarkable. And I'm really very happy for you. Happy, and I feel proud to be connected with so many brilliant people. I always feel so honored to be with Sharon as well at 76. And I get inspired to be like that at 76. And so, and same is with Neil Kumar. So look at Dr. Anukul as well. It's like, and see Lakshmi ji. So they are like our 5, 6 stars. And then we have Lata ji. So all these 5 stars and 6 stars around us are very inspiring for all of us, all the younger generation, where we see things where people have a motive, not for themselves, but for others, actually. And this is a very, very big motivation for me, I think. I carry this as a brilliant gift for me in my life rather than anything else. And that's what inspires me to be here. Yeah.
And Alexandra
So, very
never
well
gave
done.
up. It was her personal self was busy because she was shifting from one dwelling to another dwelling, but it didn't stop her taking the meeting. It didn't stop her making sure that the venue is organized. She mentioned the heat is quite hot. At the moment, I think we are the hottest place on the earth in London, at least yesterday and now, nearly 32.8 degrees, which because we don't have SEs in our country, is a bit too much to handle. But Croatia was also hot, and it was so picturesque where Alexandra was. And prior to that, she even started with few friends, yoga. Otherwise, so I think yoga has left a landmark there in Lombarda. It's not just one day event now. I think quite a few people regularly, maybe once a month or twice, just like Himanshu does in Juhu every Saturday. Maybe Alexandra will compete over there. And what a wonderful place it would be to do a retreat. So it will be something we should all look forward to. Alexandra, what was going on in your mind, yesterday when you started? What was going on in your mind? How did you take it?
think as Dr. Lakshmi said, I also owe it all to Iyengar Yoga. I have been doing it for many years. And yeah, as you know, in Croatia, we had war, and I was 18 when the war started, and I was really so grateful to meet yoga, and especially Iyengar Yoga. So that really helped me through the difficult times, you know, and war and being a student, and also later through many, many challenges. And then yesterday, you know, I was like, what I went through before this, it was still like challenging yesterday morning, you know, many things like, as always, I said, okay. And the people who were helping me bringing mats, I'm just washing them now. And they were like, how can you be so cool? And because I had to go at 4 in the morning to walk to another city to get t-shirts because they sent it last moment from
Last
the
moment, yes.
and so I don't have a car, I don't drive. So it took me like an hour and a half because I also damaged my knee to walk. And I was like, so it took me like 3 hours to get t-shirts. And then they sent only a couple of t-shirts. They said they'll send 20. But I said, I'm so, and they were like, sorry. I said, no, sorry. I'm like grateful for these couple of t-shirts. You know, I'm so grateful for everything. When you had a war, when you had like people dying, when you are not well, you just appreciate everything. And that is like really what I also saw yesterday. Then I just gave my best. I did my best, and people really appreciate it. And there were other teachers there also who did their best. And then there were people who really said, we really appreciate it. So this, what Jeffrey said, but friendship is being built. Everybody was doing the best they can, you know, so without judgment, just like every time, every new day, just doing your best. And this alignment, what Iyengar taught us always, it's really not just like with the body, but always be aligned with your values, with your motivation that is just right and correct. And then the rest is, you know, up
So
to
it
them.
is your coolness. It
Yeah.
is your coolness that did the trick. And you mentioned when you are in a war and after the war, you appreciate everything. Well, today, earlier, our very own Reena was here on, and she's our regular contributor. And originally, she learned from our Dr. Amrita Sharma, who doesn't say much, but she's very senior in yoga field as well. And Reena was here, and she was so cool and calm. And although sirens blaring and Israel being bombed, she just looks for a nice, peaceful sleep, wakes up, and still goes and does yoga or swimming. So the
Yeah.
faith that you have got in yoga, swimming, Alexandra, you pulled off very well. Stay around. Let's go to
Neil, I want to
Sharon.
say something as well.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Alexandra. So I also wanted to share exactly the same thing. Your Prakriti just aligns with me. And the same thing happened with me. At the last moment, Dr. Anukul, you will not believe, just before the conference, we wanted to give gifts to a lot of people. And the lady said the boxes that has been ordered for the gifts will not come till the third day of the conference. And she came with to me and we were packing things. And then she said, you know, this has happened and how we will give gifts to people and how will these things happen. And she was designing it with the flare of a golden cloth on it with the ribbons. And I said, don't worry, go and buy the cake base, the golden base of the cake that is of cardboard, and assemble all the gifts in that and make a basket out of this. And it has been appreciated so much by everyone. And the one gift you got, Dr. Nukul, is the same gift which at the last moment we happily did. And now she remembers it's the same thing, how calmly we did all this and how did the idea struck you. And I was like, I don't know from where it came. You just shared a problem with me saying the gifts will not arrive till the third day of the conference and I have to give a solution. And the cake base came to be a solution. She rushed at the last moment, drove the car, brought 40, 50 pieces. Thank God to the bakery shop we had that much. And we did this. And I was like, this is the real alignment that I learned exactly from yoga. So it's really wonderful. These
Having
things, I
faith,
think, are the memories. Yeah.
having faith in
Thank you.
self and the community also helps. Sometimes
Yeah.
don't stress for things that has not happened. Surrender to nature. If you seem to have done your best, then the nature or God or the Almighty, whoever you believe in, will definitely help you because you seem to have done your best. So now, Alexandra is a good organizer, Anukul, Riddhi, Amrita, Sharon, you're all very good organizers. So get together and get something going very fast. Let's go to Sharon. Sharon, let's have your presentation and then we will have a chit chat again, okay?
Okay. Well, I
That time we
decided.
will talk in a while. So Sharon, over to you.
Global Namaste. I decided
Sharon.
to, in thinking about, what we're discussing today, I decided I was going to do one sensing hands called push hands out of Tai Chi. But in talking about the energy today, I decided instead to show you a video of Dr. Roger Yanka, who has been a guest on Healing so many times, called Feel the Chi. And it's how to bring Chi in and store Chi. So I thought that would be, we all need some like uplifting energy. So I will share that with you.
Gathering breath. With the gathering breath, we reach towards the earth and then raise the hands, palms facing upward, raise the hands upward, and then reaching towards the sky. And then, as if you're bathing your body in something marvelous or miraculous or profound, a breath practice that is not only physiologically supportive of greater function and greater well-being, but also has a kind of sense of connection with nature and even spirituality, is the gathering breath. Each cycle of this movement has a big, deep inhalation and a big, deep exhalation, and the pace of the practice is based on that big breath in and that big breath out. So each person does this at a little bit different pace. Don't try to follow the person on the screen. Follow your own sense of a deep inhalation and then a deep exhalation. Reaching towards the earth and beginning to breathe in and gathering the essence of the earth, or the energy of the earth. As the hands raise up, passing through the territory where the live things are, the living things, the people, the trees, the animals, and then reaching towards the sky, or the celestial domain, or the heaven. And it's as if you're gathering resources from each of these. Breathing in, gathering from earth, continuing to breathe in, gathering from that part of the world where the living things are, continuing to breathe in, gathering from sky or heaven, and then bathing yourself as if you have gathered those resources and are now infusing your own being with earth force and life force and heaven force as the powerful, powerful resources of nature. And these three levels, the earth and the heaven and the life in between, are called the three treasures. So you're gathering these three treasures and then storing them or infusing them into the body and into the energy matrix. Deep and slow, and relax the breaths. Mind focus on the present. The body posture lengthened, head on top, shoulders relaxed. Deep and slow, and relax the breaths. Now, as the hands are passing the body, you may feel the chi, even though you're not touching. And as you go deeper and deeper into relaxation, and as you pay attention only to what's happening now, you have a heightened sense of awareness and sensitivity, and it's very possible that you may actually feel the chi. Now, you're storing the chi, or passing the chi, or infusing the chi into the body, into the energy channels, into what the Chinese call the three elixir fields: the lower elixir field around the belly, the middle elixir field, the area of the heart, and the upper elixir field associated with the head. These are basically, like in India, what are called chakras. In China, these would be called healing energy centers, or they're also called dantian. Dantian means elixir field. It's literally a field within which you're cultivating elixir. I guess here in the Western world we would say that it is metaphorically a field, but to the Chinese this would be literally a field. As your hands are passing, and you may or may not be feeling something flowing or some sort of an influence, think to yourself, I'm infusing the chi through the skin and into the organs, into the chi channels, and even into the marrow of the bones. And sometimes this practice is called the marrow bathing practice, which is to store life force in the bone marrow. And of course, according to the Chinese view or paradigm, we are also replenishing the chi field, that is, the chi body or the chi matrix, which is not even within the system only, it's within and around the system. This is a beautiful practice. It's very traditional. It's been done in China for thousands and thousands of years. And it has many, many names. And we call this the gathering breath.
So I thought
Sharon,
that
Roger is always exquisite, isn't he?
well, Roger is one of the most, I would say, respected and renowned Tai Chi teachers, masters in the US. He
He's
has given
methodical
so
as
much.
well
Yeah, yeah.
and scientific. Lata had a question. Let's see what her question is, and then we chit chat and go to the panelists. Lata, your question or a comment? Unmute yourself, yes.
Yeah. So I've got a comment on what we just saw as well, but I was actually referring to the work that Alexandra's done in Croatia yesterday. I wasn't aware of all that. And it really got to my core how she overcame all those challenges and what an achievement she's achieved. So I just wanted to say well done, Alexandra. Amazing work. And it just goes to show what you're capable of doing. And it's paid off after all these years, but it really got to me. It overwhelmed me, actually. So well done. And also what you just did with us, Sharon, with Robert's thing, it was so peaceful. And it just took away all the negative thoughts and cleansed it out and made space for positive energy and positive thoughts. And hopefully, you know, for a few minutes, it'll all be nice. That matrix he was talking about. There's so much, isn't there, to learn and remember all the invisible things that we are connected to, and yet we fail because there's so many other things that preoccupy us constantly. So it's nice that you come back to this equilibrium. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you, Lata. So there you are, Lata's comment over there. Let's go now, Sharon. We go to you. So your project is coming on very well, and maybe this year later you are going to tell us more about it. Isn't that correct?
Yes, yes. As soon as the distribution is in place and I know when it's coming out into the world, I will be bringing a lot of there's 28 different teachers in the film. So I will be bringing some of them you've met, like Roger. Of course, our dear Amalia Waiching is very prominent, and many more amazing teachers. So I'm really looking forward to the birth of this film after many years of work. And hopefully it will bring the beauty and the healing power of Qigong and Tai Chi to a larger audience. And I know as a yoga practitioner since the late 60s, I also was trained in Iyengar system, and I had the honor of performing for him a number of times, including performing the Dance of Shiva at his 75th birthday celebration at Harvard. So, you know, yoga, and particularly that style of yoga, is so centering. And it really gave me, as a dancer, a whole new level of understanding of the inner workings of my body. And then bringing the yoga together with the Qigong has been a true treasure. And I encourage everyone to, if you're a yoga practitioner, check out Qigong. If you're a Qigong practitioner, check out yoga. If you're a Tai Chi practitioner, check out yoga, because the combination of these great traditions and these deep teachings that have so much in common are just of great benefit to everyone.
It's wonderful, Sharon. And it's so nice. You know, Alexandra has started providing services there in Croatia. She's teaching yoga and everything. Amrita has got a lot of students. Amrita, what services do you provide up there in IIT or in your local area? And you got plenty of students. Unmute, Amrita, just unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, Amrita.
Yeah, so basically we have like different kind of research work that has been taken up for practicing yoga, for studying the brain waves, for understanding the EEG patterns that follow with the brain waves as per the thinking of individuals in terms of cognitive understanding, or practices of yoga when people are meditating, or different kind of yoga practices, mental health disorders. So the institution has tie up with different organizations and institutions where they derive the data. And I really look forward for David Frawley's book, which talks about yoga and Ayurveda and AI, because the role of changing AI with this Indian knowledge systems and the traditional healing system is much required, because the authentication will come on the basis of the parameters where we mark the standard of what is authentic and what's right and what's not, and how these therapies and things can be channelized in a proper way in the modern terms to remove the unrequired stuff and to keep the required stuff, and to align this in the modern patterns as well. So a lot of studies in relation to the new diseases that come up as the fashion and trends, like ADHD, autism, or other kind of diseases which are the trendy fashions of the days, are a very key highlight of the practices of yoga, where this has been a very beautiful non-pharmacological approach, and the researchers are very on that for mental health applications and other physical diseases. And also a very beautiful work on gut-brain axis is also coming up, which is one of the very key roles which connects the body with the mind and the mind with the body. That's it. Thank you.
So there you are. Amrita is involved in lots of services over there. So if anybody would like, just connect to her like some of her students do. Amrita, let's tell us people what's happening next Sunday.
Yeah, very exciting Sunday is going to come, and I really feel honored to be witnessing this Sunday as well, and I look forward to that. And I also invite everyone, all our viewers who have been a little part, who have contributed, who are watching, those who are new, everyone is invited to celebrate with us together on the 29th of June, our 300th episode, which is a very big achievement, I would say, and all the credit goes to you, Neil Kumar, for that. Thank you very much. With a bunch of thanks, we look forward to invite everyone. Please drop in your messages at this episode is exclusively yours for you, because you are there, so we are there, and that's why it is all about you. So this episode is not about anybody particular, not even anybody's profession, no egos, nothing. It's about everyone and everyone's smile, how they share their little words, how they share their experiences. If you really want and have a little bit of feelings for this community that lives on earth with everyone, please join us on this Sunday, and we humbly welcome you to
And
take your
Amrita,
messages on this day. Thank you.
Amrita, as you say, I am because you are, and we are because you are. So we are there on Healing Our Earth simply because each one of you gets the credit. You have been there from some from start, some from last year, some from 2 years back, some from 3 years back. Everybody together owns this portal, which is for the betterment of humanity, to bring love, unity, harmony, peace, and liberty in people's life through edutainment, education and entertainment. And together we all grow. And appropriately, the following week is Guru Purnima, where you pay obeisance to and show gratitude to your teacher. The teacher can be actual teacher in a classroom, your professor, father, mother, community leaders, whoever have held your hand and let you grow in the life. So two very beautiful episodes. Next week, just come and sing a song or recite a poem or shower your blessings and ashirwad or any comment that you have made. Invite all the friends that you know. The more the ashirwad and blessings, the better at healing our earth, because healing our earth belongs to each and every one of us. Anukul, your closing statement before Riddhi thanks everybody, and then Amrita can go into Gayatri Mantra. So Anukul, over to you.
Thank you very much. It was a lovely session. This is actually typically satsang. You have the right type of people with the same kind of mind thinking in the right way. Number two, I must say that Alexandra and Amrita both demonstrated clearly signs of karma yogis. They were very clear and defined in their minds. They were yogic in their characters, and they did the work without any concerns. Thirdly, I must say that had it not been for Alexandra practicing the yogic things, they could have easily have landed up in PTSD-like situations. The yoga would have possibly has given her the chance to stay away from the trauma from major war and stuff like that. Lastly, I would like to particularly request Riddhi to give me the name of the doctors who have come from USA, St. Augustine, I think. And because I'm very keen to work on children, because if the children are particularly made to grow in the right environment, you will avoid lots of other difficulties that are so extensively prevalent in the society. You'll be able to take care of the life in much better way. And particularly a special word of thanks to Sharon, because I think this is the third video I've seen of hers, and all of them have left permanent images in my mind. And those flowing bodies and beautiful energy like flows, they're really fantastic. But one of the things I was thinking, that the type of intonation and the sounds are so consistent with the vibrations that are emanated while performing those beautiful movements. What is interesting is we use the word energy so much in English, but I wish that the chi word is a very nice word, but in the typical Sanskrit word, we have something like tejas, urj, prana, and bal. They are all have different meanings, but they're almost the same, but they all have very subtle meanings. Somehow or other, when we use the word energy, sort of disperses the various subtle nature of the information we are giving. But anyway, the music was fantastic. Thanks a lot to Sharon.
Yeah, very
So,
wonderful, very rightly said. Yeah,
so
yeah.
Amrita, let's come back to the services that you provide and your student, Reena. She has just messaged me to say, thank you very much, Neil. It really gives me energy for being here today. Thank you warmly for making me feel part of the healing family. So you've done a wonderful job, Amrita, providing services to your friends, your students, etc.
Yeah, thank you, Neil Kumar. But I wanted to add something what Dr. Anukul said, and it is very right, because one single word of energy cannot define the different aspects of what our ancestors used to say. So, Oj basically word is a combination of sap of all the tissues and the nutrients that you get, and that comes in the form of that vital energy, which is not really can be measured in just calories or the potential of power, but then beyond that, which gives you an energy to live, and that can also radiate in an individual in the form of tej. And that tej is the inner radiance that comes from the oj that people have. And only people who are really into a very spiritual journey of their life, not in terms of the dharmic way, but anybody can be very spiritual, even if he doesn't know about spirituality. But then radiance of that can come as an oj again, which is a radiance of energy. And this oj, tej, as well as when we call the chi or the prana, is the real force, Dr. Anukul, that we see in those patients who, despite all ends, can fight against the life. And that's the very clear picture we see in the hospitals of the patients. After so many hurdles, the person is still alive. And some of them, without anything, they just die with the fear of death as well. And that makes a brilliant difference on understanding your inner Tej or your inner Oj that comes in the form of this reflection. And it's very rightly and very beautifully been said in many of the Vedic scriptures as well as Ayurveda, where we measure the Satamya Sattva of a patient. And that is one of the clinical criteria to measure the energy of a patient, which is very beautifully quoted. That comes from the inner energy that is related with this. Either we say the quantum chi, or we talk about the pranic force, or we talk about the inner Tej or Oj of an individual. So that Oj is very important, and you live with that.
What color do you associate with energies, Amrita?
I think the color is more related with the crown chakra, which is more of the indigo and the violet colors that come from the third eye as well as the crown chakra.
Indigo and violet. Okay, we'll
I think
explore
these
that
are the
further.
serene colors of peace that comes with life.
Thank you. We will explore that bit further later. Sharon, your comment before we wind up.
Well, in Qigong and in Taoist practice, there are categories of energy as well. And the simplest way to describe is Jing, which is the vital energy, right? And Qi, which is kind of the energy of nature and all of us. And then there's the Shen, which is the spiritual energy.
Wow.
So, and all of that, just like in the Ayurvedic traditions, there's many more categories that can be spoken of in
all the traditional sciences, they talk about the same thing in one or the other way. The words might be different, but what I've personally found, they really talk about the same thing. So the essence of that spirituality is the same. Despite the colors might be a little different, but actually it is the same rainbow, and it's the same nature, and it's the same life.
Very nicely said, Amrita, that the color may not be purple, it could be different, but nonetheless, all the colors are beautiful. So, thank you, Riddhi, for being the episode producer. Thank you, Alexandra, for backing up. Amrita, for always being there. Wonderful session we had. Everybody enjoyed themselves. We want to pursue the Agnihotra episode as well, and the IKS, which is the Indian knowledge system that we should take on in a conference style as well, episode style, webinars, etc. So appropriate people can start doing the work. And now, nicely and gently, let's bring the Gayatri mantra that brings peace, meditation to the people on the earth in this, the turbulent time. Over to you, Dr. Amrita Shah.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your contribution, and especially Riddhi, for being the episode producer. As always, you always do a very remarkable job. Thank you, Sharon, for being there, Lataji, Lakshmiji, Mitaji, and Dr. Anukul, as always, and of course, our technical director, Nishit Bhai. Last but not the least, Neil Kumar ji. So let's bring in another beautiful episode for all of you for the next week. And we thank everyone for contributing for today, being a part of this episode. And let's pray for the peace all over. Om. Om. Swaha. Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi
धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धियो